Here. Mayor Pro Tem Medina Dirksen.
Here.
Mayor Delgado.
No, Mayor, we do not. Thank you.
Thanks for being here tonight. Sorry that we're coming back to continue our city council meeting late. We expected to be here at 6:30. As always, we come from closed session and we start with a quick summary by our city attorney of our closed session. Heidi Quinn, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Tonight, the council met in closed session on 2 items. As to both items, information was provided from staff. There was no reportable action taken.
All right. Jeffrey Abraham, are you here today? Can you lead us in the pledge, please? All right, we'll have a moment of silence, and then Engineer Jeffrey Abraham will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
States of America. States of the nation under God.
Thank you, Engineer Abraham, for being a good sport there. Okay, we have some wonderful presentations to make, and I'm going to turn it over to our Fire Chief, Doug McCowan, to lead us through those. Good evening, Doug.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council members. Yes, tonight we're pretty excited. We have 3 great events we're going to talk about, 2 life safety awards and commendations from the City Council, and also to introduce our Firefighter of the Year award. And so I'm going to bring Chief Vega up here with me, and he's going to help me work through this. So the first one I'd like to talk about is the Beach Rescue Life Saving Award, because this happened back in 2020. But this was a day that this family had been coming to our beaches many times and then enjoying their day on the beach. But this day was going to be different. And fortunately, we have a great outcome, and this is what we're going to talk about. So basically on July 9th, around 3 o'clock, we were dispatched to a rescue at the Marina State Beach. Engine 54, 11, and 12 were in the middle of a hose training at the airport at the time of the call. Both engines responded immediately to the incident, along with Chief 5401, at that time, Division Chief Jack Lundgren. And Jack Lundgren's on our call tonight too. I hope he has his camera on. Retired Chief Lundgren.
Hello.
Hello, thank you. Engine 5411 was staffed by Captain DeVincenzi, Engineer Smith, and Firefighter Alvarenga. Engine 5412 was staffed by Captain Sweeney, Engineer McCoy, and engine 1901, which was our new engine they're working on, is Engineer Jeff Abraham. Since that time, some of these folks have been promoted. So when the first crews arrived at scene, they had an 8-year-old boy who dug a hole and was buried alive. The hole was approximately 5 feet down, and he was sitting at the bottom of it when the hole collapsed on him. Upon arrival of units, Captain Sweeney met with Chief Lundgren and was assigned as rescue group supervisor. They were outside the parking lot where the resources. So we had fire personnel loaded in the trucks, others ran. And so they took every digging utensils, but they had to use mostly their hands and whatever they could gather up to dig the person out. State Parks was at sea along with family members. Right as our personnel they could barely see the child's lips, barely breathing, or in fact, he wasn't breathing. While they were digging out, our crews were digging out. And the issue with this was that they're digging out, the hole's collapsing. So it was a lot of work, and they were putting themselves at danger of getting trapped in the same hole as what this little boy was trapped in. While they were doing it, State Parks was trying to give the boy oxygen and doing a rescue breeze. After approximately 15 minutes, they were actually able to dig this little boy out, not conscious, not breathing. They took life-saving measures, transported, and they were able to get him to breathing. They get his heartbeat back. And a few weeks later, him and his family came to the fire station to, show us that he's okay. And that was like really special because so often we go on these calls, and we don't always know what the outcome is. And I mean, what more can you ask for to have a little 8-year-old boy like that, bring him back to his family? So with Chief Vega, I'd like to have him up here. We'd like to call up Engineer Mike B. Smith. Engineer at this time, Jesse Alvarenga. You've been promoted to captain now, Jeff Abraham, and Engineer Jason McCoy. You guys want to come up, stand up? I'd like to read that. Just kind of stand right here so the councils can see it. So this is a certificate of commendation. And this is going to be for outstanding initiative. For outstanding initiative and selfish performance and heroic measures taken in saving the life of a stranger. Whereas on July 9th, 2020, Marina Fire was dispatched to a reported beach rescue at the Marina State Beach for a report of a child buried in the sand. Whereas an 8-year-old boy dug a hole approximately 5 feet straight down, and when the walls of the hole collapsed, was buried alive. Whereas, and this is one for Mike B. Smith, Jesse Alvarenga, and Captain Abraham, and Engineer McCoy, we're all here. Working with other responders to dig and extricate the patient, all the while fighting to keep from being trapped in the collapsing sand walls, extricated the patient who was not conscious or breathing. Whereas the rest of the rescue group provided life-saving medical interventions from which the patient made a full recovery. Now, therefore, the City Council of the City of Marina does hereby present this certificate of commendation to the above named firefighters for outstanding initiative, unselfish performance, and heroic measures taken on the saving of a life of a stranger. So I'd like to know if I get the City Council to come down and stand with my firefighters and we can get some pictures. And Jack, if you could, we have yours virtually. I also just got, sorry that Engineer McCoy had to go on a call. Hopefully he'll be back. He's a firefighter of the year award. Yeah, why don't you guys, if you could stand up by the TV, we could get retired Chief Lundgren. Right over.
I got the big picture here.
Yeah, so Jack, thank you for logging in. I'll have to mail you this or hold it hostage or make you come out and visit us.
Either one will work fine. That's great. Thank you very much.
So the next life-saving award accommodation is going to be for a rescue. So what's interesting about this is, we never know what kind of call that would go out. And on this particular case, on Saturday, March 24th last year, engine 5411 responded to a standby while PD conducted a welfare check for an adult female reported as a missing person with special needs from San Mateo County. The adult vehicle was outside the residence PD fire attempted to contact anybody inside. They were unable to contact anybody inside, and they had no indication that there was actually people inside the residence. The next day, on Sunday, at approximately 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the crew responded to a reported odor of smoke coming from the trailer in the 3100 block where this was located. The first arriving engine found light black smoke coming from the kitchen vent and visible smoke on the windows. It was upgraded to reported structure fire. In fact, Chief Vega responded to that call. He was the incident commander. Incident reports from neighbors, they didn't think anybody was home. PDs at scene double checked and attempted to make contact with anybody inside. They were unable to get a response from inside the house. The second engine arrived and met up with the captain on the first engine and gave a rundown. And then Captain Glenn Sales, Engineer Ron Dunlap, and Engineer Jeff Abraham were assigned to the interior group. And I'd like to call up Engineer Ron Dunlap and now Captain Jeff Abraham. Yeah, Captain Sales didn't make it, was unable to make it tonight. So our priorities whenever we go to a fire, first priority is life safety. Second priority is to keep the fire from getting bigger. So when these folks were assigned to interior group, their main mission is to go in, not only to contain the fire, to keep it from spreading, but to do a primary, we call a primary search to get everybody out of the building. So this is called interior group. They made their way into the structure. They advanced the hose line while conducting the search and using a thermal imaging camera, tools, and area sweeps. When the interior group got to the hallway, they noticed a heat signature coming from what appeared to be a possible person. They made their way down to the hall and found an unconscious female lying face up. They notified Incident Commander Chief Vega and started extricating the female out the front door. Chief Vega had crews waiting on the outside to take care of the patient, and they provided immediate medical care to this patient. Patient was later live flighted to a burn center up in the Bay Area, and to our knowledge, the patient made a full recovery from the fire. So that patient, without the action of these folks here, would not be alive today. So I'd like to read the commendation. For certificate of commendation is presented to Engineer Dunlap and Captain Abraham for outstanding initiative, unselfish performance, and heroic measures taken in the saving of a life of a stranger. Whereas on Saturday, March 14, 2022, Marina Fire was dispatched along with the Marina Police Department to a welfare check. There were no signs of the residence being occupied. On Sunday, the Marina Fire responded to reported odor of smoke coming from the same residence that they had conducted a welfare check on the day before. When 5411, a first due engine arrived, black smoke was observed coming from the vents and smoke was visible at the windows. At this point, the engine upgraded a full structure fire response. Whereas Captain Glenn Sells responded as a captain on engine 5412, and upon arrival of 5412, he was assigned to the interior group by the incident commander. The incident commander interior group was assigned to locate the fire while conducting a primary search of occupants. And Engineer Dunlap, Ron Dunlap, and Captain Jeff Abraham were also assigned to this interior group. The interior group located the occupant who was not conscious inside the burning building, extricated the occupant through the burning building to safety where medical care could be provided. Patient was transported via air ambulance to a burn center where the occupant reportedly made a full recovery. Now, therefore, the City Council of the City of Marina does hereby present this certificate of commendation to Captain Glenn Sells, Engineer Ron Dunlap, and Captain Jeff Abraham for outstanding initiative and selfish performance, heroic measures taken into saving the life of a stranger. You get another pictures, please, for the council. Do your photo op.
Chief, Mayor, can I ask a quick question of the chief? Can you tell us a little bit about what kind of skills it takes to recognize a heat signature and what equipment, what does that mean exactly?
You know, for this particular, I'm not getting feedback, sorry. For this particular incident, we actually have thermal imaging cameras on our engines. And as we have a couple on our SCBAs, and we actually have a dedicated thermal imager camera on each fire apparatus. And so when we go in, it's pretty amazing how accurate it looks like. You can, you just see a shape, but you can definitely tell it's a person or a human being or not. And because when we go into a fire, you cannot see your hand in front of your face as far as looking at the smoke, you got the heat and everything's come down. So you just really cannot see. So it's one of those tools that's really come about in the fire service, probably over the last 10 years has really, become commonplace. That allows us to go in and really search for people, because a person's instinct is to crawl underneath the bed or hide in the closet because they're trying to get away from the heat and get away from the fire. And even though we have a lot of techniques, a sweeping technique, we use tools and everything else, and we have a certain pattern that we follow, the thermal imaging literally are lifesavers, allow us to do a lot better job.
Chief, does it detect other animals?
Yes, it will. We've actually pulled cats, dogs, and out of buildings too. I mean, they're pretty amazing what we've been able to do with them over the years. We also use them, we've been on searches, when we're out looking for lost people out in the wilderness and stuff. We've used them for that. We have it on our drone that we have, has an infrared camera. And in fact, we're using it just recently for a victim of a vehicle accident, that got thrown off the road. So it's pretty useful.
Thank you to the recipients of tonight's awards, and thank you to those who weren't recipients but are here to support your comrades. Really appreciate that.
And I see that Engineer McCoy is back, so we could do the firefighter.
All right.
You get to go stand front and center with Chief Vega. Chief Vega he'll be your lifeline. Let's go straight there. So I'd like to quickly read the letter that was given to me. It says, Chief, I'm nominating Engineer Jason McCoy for Firefighter of the Year for 2023 or 22. I'm sorry, last year. I appreciate your consideration. When I think of Jason and him being among the best we have, I consider a few factors. Jason exhibits an exemplary attitude, contributes greatly to the department, and is always available when the department calls on him. Jason maintains a nearly unfailing positive attitude. Others enjoy working with him, as have I over the last several years. He typically comes to work with a big smile on his face, despite having had numerous personal stressors during his days off. He works himself constantly while away from work, then leaves his baggage at the door when he walks in with a smile. That attitude is contagious and affects those around him in a positive way. His attitude may be a small spark, but it's what it takes to start the fire spreading throughout the department. Jason's demeanor at work is very friendly. He's a friend to everyone and is reliable. He tries to get to know his coworkers as well as employees from other departments who he interacts with. When he's in the lounge at lunch, there's never a shortage of stories and laughs. He makes people comfortable. In short, he's a pleasure to be around. He's shown his eagerness and willingness to help even when not on duty. Time and time again, people have called him to dig into his mechanical know-how, and he's always there, even on his days off. He's always willing to pick up additional shifts and worked well over 500 hours overtime in 2022, covering vacations and sick time. Although there are others who have worked more, he is certainly one of the standouts. He's been available to drive engines hours away from maintenance. He put our lift kits on some of our beach rescue, and our command vehicles performed in-depth maintenance on apparatus far beyond the scope of any other member of the department. There isn't a project that comes along that he isn't willing to help with. He's always willing to help other departments as well. In fact, during the last off-road driving school, he was waist deep in a river helping dig out another agency's wildland engine instead of standing around watching others work. When he goes to a mutual aid fire, he works hard to be the most worked and dirtiest person on the fire ground. He reflects positively upon the department. He's become a go-to person in so many ways, whether to cover a shift, troubleshoot a problem with apparatus or equipment, or to help with a problem. He is a problem solver. So I'm nominating Jason for Firefighter of the Year, not for a few specific instances of standout performance, but rather for his consistent attitude, work ethic, and contribution throughout the years. The small day-to-day actions combine to make him an invaluable member of the department, worthy of recognition. We should all strive to be a little more like Jason. So Jason, this is a proclamation signed by the mayor. I don't know, Mayor, did you want to read it or?
Sure. Oh, I'll be brief because it talks a lot about what we've heard. The Marina Fire Chief's Office accepted nominations for Firefighter of the Year, and Engineer Jason McCoy was one of the nominations. The nomination was submitted by a peer and received by the Fire Chief's Office. After reviewing the applications, Engineer McCoy was chosen to the 2022 Marina Firefighter of the Year. The nomination letter shared that Jason McCoy exhibits an exemplary attitude, contributes greatly to the department in all those ways we've heard Chief McCallum describe, and he's cultivated a great working relationship with the other members of the department and is their go-to, whether to cover a shift or troubleshoot a problem or an apparatus that needs help with a project. And it's because of many reasons and more than we've been described tonight that Engineer Jason McCoy has been chosen as the 2022 Firefighter of the Year. Be it resolved that I, Mayor Bruce Delgado, and the entire City Council of the City of Marina hereby congratulates Engineer Jason McCoy and recognizes him as the 2022 Marina Firefighter of the Year. Thanks, everybody. More America. Well, to all the firefighters in the department, thank you very much for doing what you do on a daily basis. And you're on the news tonight, so that's good news too. We'll see you on TV. Oh, there's a question here from Council Member Mayor Pro Tem Medina.
I have a question. Typically in a firehouse, if you're on television, what winds up happening? Who gets to buy ice cream today? He's already bought it. Yeah, well, thank you all. We're very, very extremely proud of you and glad that you represent us so well and you're all heroes.
I make a quick comment. I wanted to just point out that Captain Mark Sweeney, he was with his son's birthday today. So he missed the first part of this, but he is here now, and I'd like to recognize Mark. And he
All
was
right.
probably one of the people he saw on the news. Needs to buy all of his ice cream and cake.
And was Captain Di Vincenzi part of this too? Chief McCowan?
Yes, he was unable to make it tonight. And also Captain Sales was unable to make it. Everybody else, I think, was pretty much here.
Well, to Di Vincenzi and Captain Sales, let them know that we appreciate
Oh, I will. Thank you
they
so
were part of
much.
tonight. Right. Thanks again, gentlemen and gentlewomen. Who's the one in no dress? All right, what's your name? Olivia. Thanks for being here, Olivia, to support Ron, support your dad. Okay, good night, everybody. Well, that was really special, really sweet. Too bad it takes tragedies like that, you know. Have something like that to appreciate, but we sure appreciate it. Okay, so now we go to Pride Month proclamation, and our city council member, Brian McCarthy, has agreed to present that to us. Thank you, Brian.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That's a super tough act to follow. But I do want to talk a little bit about Pride Month, which is the month of June. On June 3rd, we held a flag raising ceremony in front of Jack in the Box, intersection of Reservation Road and Del Monte. It was attended by allies and members of our LGBTQ communities. And it was really a neat opportunity for people to get together in a space that, quite frankly, we don't use very often, and we don't necessarily gather as a town. It's kind of one of our town squares, right? But it was really neat to see all those people in our community show up in an area that's traversed every day by a lot of people. I walked away from the ceremony a much better person, but one of the things that stuck with me was kind of the comment that someone made that that it's Marina where people feel safe, whether they're allies or members of the LGBT community. And it was just a really touching ceremony. And I don't want to get as emotional as I did on that day, but I want to recognize two things. One is we received, the city council received a certificate of recognition from our county supervisor, which I have here. And it just says for its commitment to diversity, inclusion of the LGBTQ community. The flag raising symbolizes that everyone needs to be treated with respect and dignity, regardless of their sexual orientation or gender identity. And the proclamation for the city of Marina, I will read as follows. LGBTQ plus Pride Month, whereas the city of Marina has a diverse lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, and plus community, and is committed to celebrating and supporting visibility, dignity, and equity for all people in the community, whereas many of the residents within the city of Marina that contribute to the enrichment of our city are part of the lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender community. Whereas the city of Marina has a long and proud history of inclusion and civil rights. Whereas the city of Marina commends the bravery and courage of all of those in the LGBTQ plus community that face adversity and various forms of violence. Whereas the Supreme Court decision guaranteed marriage equality in all 50 states was a historic victory for the LGBTQ plus community, our country still has far to go with respect to the equitable treatment of the community. And whereas continued opposition and oppression against LGBTQ people make it important for cities to stand up and show solidarity and support for our LGBTQ plus residents and the community at large. And finally, whereas cities across the US recognize and celebrate June as Pride Month, June has become a symbolic month in which the LGBTQ community and allies come together in various celebrations. of Pride. So now therefore, the City of Council Marina does hereby declare the month of June as Lesbian, Gay, Bisexual, Transgender, and Queer Pride Month, symbolizing the city's celebration of diversity and support for the lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, and plus community, dated the 6th day of June, 2023. And if I may, Mayor, just kind of say one other thing. As a member of your council that identifies as LGBTQ+, I often reflect on so many of those issues. And for me, it's just a reminder. I look back to my 15-year-old self where, I was told and that marriage equality wasn't going to happen in my lifetime, that serving in the military, forget it. And the thought of adopting children, just don't count on that. And so I want to recognize kind of how far we've come, despite the challenges that remain. I appreciate this council's support for this very meaningful issue. Thank you.
Thanks for being such a wonderful role model for everything you're discussing. The pride flag comes in a lot of versions. This one's called the progressive pride flag. And what I learned over the weekend was that every color, has a meaning. The light blue, the pink, and the white represent people across the gender spectrum. The red represents life, the orange, healing, the yellow, sunlight, green represents nature, prosperity, and growth. Blue is harmony or serenity, and the purple represents spirit. So it has a lot more meaning than I knew. And I think it's a beautiful flag, and it stands for a lot of things that are dear to all of us. Thanks again, Brian. All right. So now we go to council and staff. Oops, sorry. Couldn't miss Monterey One Water's rate shift presentation. Again, tough act to follow, but we're with you. So thank you for being here.
All right. Well, good evening. Definitely a tough act to follow. Thank you for your time tonight. I'm Rachel Godoyne from the Government and Community Relations team at Monterey One Water, and I am here tonight to share with you a proposed billing change being considered by our staff and our board of directors. All right. So currently, Monterey One Water uses a private billing vendor, AFTS, to manage and mail our customer bills. Customers receive a bill bi-monthly for 2 months of wastewater service. And as noted on the left in green, this equates to 6 customer payments a year. Monterey One Water is proposing to change its billing vendor from AFTS to the County of Monterey. This would occur by the Treasury tax collector via Parcel's annual property tax bill. So a Parcel's property tax bill includes the tax for the parcel, in addition to line items for other fees. These fees range from school revenue bonds to mosquito abatement. If the proposed billing change is approved, sewer service would be one of the itemized fees on a parcel's property tax bill. So per state law, an annual property tax bill can be paid in 1 or 2 installments each year, as shown on the right side in blue. However, to provide additional resources to property owners, the county is currently pursuing a program called Easy Smart Pay. And if they implement this program, it would operate as basically a non-mortgage impound account and allow owners to spread out their payments monthly or 12 times a year. And so that's what you see there represented in the light blue. So why is Monterey One Water considering this change? First, the customer experience. We recognize our utility billing platform is limited. Customers routinely share frustrations with our billing service. For example, no paperless billing and no online instant account access. Additionally, support service for our billing software is being discontinued. So combined, these issues led us to evaluate options to improve our billing process. Second, our rate structure. So when evaluating new billing options, this was a key piece. Wastewater is a mandatory service. So unlike some other utilities like water or power, it cannot be turned off, even due to non-payment or vacancy in a property. So the resulting fee structure we have is not based on daily usage, but a consistent monthly rate by parcel type or activity. When researching how our peers address these parameters, we found it common practice for wastewater providers to utilize property tax bills to collect their wastewater service fees for this mandatory essential service. And then third, annual savings. So if the proposed billing change is approved, staff estimate we will save Monterey One Water approximately $400,000 each year due to lower vendor costs and greater billing accuracy. So Monterey One Water has assessed the benefits of this change in relation to our business operations, and now we are sharing it with the public to assess potential customer impacts. This process is underway, and we anticipate bringing the item before the Monterey One Water Board of Directors in the fall. If the board approves the billing change in the fall, the transition away from bi-monthly billing would occur with the start of the 2023-2024 fiscal year, as noted on the screen. So for Monterey One Water, this is simply a vendor change. However, for customers, this will result in changes to our billing program. So as noted earlier, we cannot turn off service for any reason, including non-payment. And currently, delinquent accounts are recovered using an annual lien process. This is burdensome for customers, realtors, and staff. If the proposed billing change is approved, this process would stop along with customer bills. This slide is really important because I want to ensure the council and your residents and businesses that Monterey One Water remains committed to transparency in our business practices. This proposed change would not be used to hide rate increases or prevent accountability. We are a public agency and we are committed to transparency in all that we do. To change rates, we must follow state regulations. Each property owner will continue to receive mailed notification of any proposed rate increase, along with an opportunity to vote on the proposed increase. And that's what occurs right now, and it would continue to occur. In addition to transparency in setting rates, I just want to remind everybody our board of directors meetings are open to the public. We don't get a lot of interest in the sewer wastewater industry, but they are open to the public, and we encourage members to attend and to participate. This includes an annual budget workshop where staff present the budget, a proposed budget, and use the discussion and recommendations from that workshop to build and prepare a final budget. Included in our annual budget is a residential customer assistance program that utilizes non-ratepayer funds to provide bill assistance to low-income residential customers. This is currently an underutilized program, and as part of the evaluation of our overall billing program, we are looking to identify ways to enhance the impact of this program. Areas we will be assessing include how much funding is dedicated to the program each year, enrollment and eligibility requirements. We currently piggyback off of PG&E's CARES program for eligibility. The type of bill assistance available. So for example, right now we credit an account, some agencies issue a check. So there's various ways you can provide support. And then as an organization whose customers are primarily property owners, we're looking to see if there are any opportunities for renter utility assistance. And lastly, we invite all customers to use our online form to provide feedback on this proposed billing change. Collecting input is a critical piece of the process. This summer, we will also be hosting forums in both English and in Spanish, where we will present this information and offer customers an opportunity to engage with staff on the proposed change, interact, ask questions. Details on those dates and locations, one will be in Marina, we just finalized that, will be on our website, along with additional resources like a dynamic series of frequently asked questions we're hearing from the community. So I appreciate your time this evening, and staff will definitely keep you informed as we continue to move through this process.
Right. Thank you very much. Is it okay if we ask you some questions?
Yes.
Let's start with our Mayor Pro Tem, Christina Medina Dirksen.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I appreciate very much. I do have a couple questions. Having recently watched the county budget process and a lot of the concerns about their budget, the county is going to be taking this on through the tax collector and the treasurer's office, right?
Mhm.
They have capacity to do that?
Yeah, so we have reached out to them and talked to them. And as I said, it's fairly common. We're not the only fee. It's a service that they offer. Basically, what happens is our board has to approve a resolution. And once our board approves it, yes, we're in touch with them regularly. We meet monthly just to check in on this process. And to date, they're open to the idea.
So if I'm a customer, who will hear my customer service complaint or concerns? Is that going to be still handled by you all, or does that go to the county?
Goes straight to us. So on the property tax bill, in the section for other fees, they will list our name and then our contact information. So it'll be a direct line on the bill for people to call us if they have a question related to their bill or services.
Is there also a cost that's passed on to ratepayers to implement this program?
So yes, but represented in these savings so all we're doing like internally is it's shifting our vendor. So the vendor currently charges more, the private vendor, than what the county charges as a vendor. So that's a big piece of that $400,000 in annual savings would go to switching the vendor to the county because their cost is significantly lower.
So ratepayers won't see like an extra cost to implement this?
No.
And then the last question I had was, oh goodness, I lost my train of thought. It's going to be a big amount, right? Like if you're paying $60 every other month, and all of a sudden whether you do it in one installment, it was in December and April.
Mhm.
That's assuming. How does that work? It's going to be large amounts.
Yeah, so that is why we're closely monitoring the Easy Smart Pay program that the county is looking to implement that would allow property taxes to be paid on a monthly basis, essentially. And our board is they're closely watching it. I can't speak on their behalf, but that passing is important to a number of our board members before Monterey One Water would pursue the change.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. And sorry, the county currently anticipates that program being effective for the upcoming tax season. So with the bills that would go out in August and then that would go out in October and then be due starting December 2023 or April 2024. That is not final, but that's what they've been working towards. So we're closely monitoring. Partly why we also pushed out a year, we had thought about shifting with this coming fiscal year, but we wanted to wait and ensure enough time to watch the county's Easy Smart Pay process.
All right, thank you. Let's go to Councilmember Brian McCarthy.
Thanks, Mayor. Just a quick comment and intended to be constructive and not a negative comment, but it was mentioned in the presentation that it's not used to hide rate increases, and I believe that. But I think it's likely that it's going to have that effect, right? Because currently you get a bi-monthly bill and you're reminded every 2 months how much that bill is, right? But if it's listed in a long list of other items that are probably much higher, right? Property taxes, it's not just going to seem like it's as impactful. And if you pay your property taxes once a year, you're only going to see that once a year instead of 6 times a year. So again, it's not meant to be a negative comment. It's just hopefully constructive feedback that while it may not be intended to hide rate increases, it may have that impact. And so maybe the water district could take an extra step to remind people, what portion of their property taxes go to the sewer bill every year, every 2 months. So just a comment. Thank you.
Yeah, so that will still be a requirement as part anytime we increase rates. So in general, rates increase each July to reflect whatever rates the board set via our Prop 218 process. So we'll still have various notification processes that we have to complete with the customer. But good point in general with outreach, because one of the things we are hoping is that almost by disassociating the billing of it, we can actually focus our outreach more on the service itself, healthy sewers. We talk a lot about clog-free, fat-free sewers. So I think there'll be a lot of opportunities for touch points to stay top of mind, because I agree that that will be a little more challenging when people aren't getting a bill. But it is our goal to stay top of mind, and hopefully with maybe some more effective topics as well. So thank you for bringing that up.
Awesome. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for being here.
Can you confirm the launch date of the new billing process as far as July 1st, 2024?
Yes, and so this is just what we're estimating, and it would only be if our board approves the billing change this fall. We want to make sure that we give our customers ample notice between the time the board approves the billing change and it actually going into effect. So we're hoping that the board, if they decide to move forward with it, it could happen this fall. Going into winter and the holiday season, sometimes it's really hard to connect and communicate messaging when you're fighting with holiday advertising. So no later than January 1, we would want to be communicating the change with the customer for a July 1.
Okay, so the 24-25 fiscal year would be the first year of the new process.
Correct.
And then what are Monterey One Water's understanding of anticipated downsides?
I think that one of the main downsides we're considering is the impact to the customer for those who aren't in a position to pay twice a year. I would say that's probably the number one thing we're considering right now, and brainstorming ways to work with the customer to actualize the benefits for the agency and the efficiencies we think we can gain without having that significant impact on the customer. So that's what I would say is number one. And then also there will be growing pains. We'll need to work with businesses and those who have more routine turnover. So, you think about a residence maybe where, the property owner owns, you pay your property taxes, that's fairly streamlined. But if, a business comes in that's a different type of business that was in your rental space, that changes how much you get billed and how much would be on your property tax bill. So we've been talking with the other wastewater utilities who utilize the property tax bill on how they address that. And so I think other, things like that may come up, but staff is confident based on conversations we've had with peer entities that we'll be able to work through those.
Do any renters pay the Monterey One water fees, or is it always the property owner on rent?
So the property owner is primarily responsible for the bill. 7% of customers, and that's across both residential and commercial, they have a care of. So we send their bill to somebody else. Doesn't mean it's 7% renters though, because some of those people are sending them to, this is their second home. They don't rent it and it's going to a property management company. Some people are just sending it to another address because that's where they send all their bills. But the way it works is it's the property owner. So even if you sign a care of form and you're one of the 7% of people who asks us to send your bill to a different address, it is the property owner who is ultimately responsible.
Okay. My last question is because we in the city of Marina, no matter how hard we try, we always wish we could actually connect with, engage people of various languages more than we do.
Mm-hmm.
And so we send out these postcards to everyone in the mail, and they're like 6 different languages or something like that. So if you did Spanish, English in Marina, you would miss, a lot of different non-English speakers. So how do you expect non-Spanish, non-English speakers to understand what's going on?
So our website does translate into 67 different languages where we do have this information provided. I'll also take that feedback back to the team and assess with them if there are other opportunities we want to provide. It is currently running this notification of this proposal on our bill So anybody getting the bill is getting notified.
In those 67 languages, or how many languages?
No, on the bill, it's just mainly English. So then if they go to pay it, though, then they can pick from the 67 languages.
So it'd
So
be
let
nice
me
if
work
there
with
was a
the-
mailer
With the,
that said in different languages,
see the website.
see the website. Otherwise,
Yeah.
how would they know? Right?
Yeah. Maybe I'll take your flyer right there and see which languages you guys utilize as your primaries. And I can recommend that to the team as well.
Okay. Anyone else? All right. Well, thank you for being here.
Yeah, thank you for the time.
Great information.
We'll continue to keep you updated.
See you soon next time. Thanks. Okay, now we'll go to council announcements, and then staff has some great announcements to make, more good news. Council members, anyone with announcements? Let's go to Councilmember McCarthy.
Actually, it's more of a procedural question, but I had a question about maybe implementing an ordinance change, kind of part of maybe a two-step process or. Okay. And then meetings that we attended, is that probably into the meeting as well? Okay, let's move on. Then. That's it for me.
All right, Councilmember Elizabeth Vischer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a reminder for this coming Saturday that MST will host a Surf Transit Fair and Family Fun Day on June 10 from 10 to 2 p.m. at the Marina Transit Exchange. And there will be lots of fun and food. And you can learn more about the surf project. So in Marina this Saturday. Thank you.
Great, thank you. All right, let's go to Councilmember Kathy Biala.
Just like to announce and remind people that the Marina Multicultural Festival is going to be held on Saturday, June 24th. We have so many performers. We're going to have educational booths. It should be wonderful. We have food. So please, all of you come out and enjoy.
What
Thank
time
you.
is that on June
From
24th?
10 to 3 p.m. at Vince DiMaggio Park.
All right. There's a future park in the Marina called Hilltop Park. It's on former Fort Ord within Marina. It's at 4th Avenue and 9th Street. And I just want to thank the volunteers that continue to go out on a regular basis and they weed 3.3 acres, which is a lot of land. And they water with hoses, garden hoses, about 5,200 plants. So it's a big job and they keep doing it. So I want to give them a shout out. Yesterday, city manager and mayor pro tem Dirksen and assistant city manager and the airport manager, Matt Nelson, went to Santa Cruz because there was an open house for Joby Aviation's corporate headquarters. They took over this incredibly beautiful building, formerly occupied by an innovative firm named Plantronics. But anyway, Plantronics moved out and Joby moved in. All the furniture and waterfalls stayed inside the office. It was quite a beautiful office. But anyway, had a chance to meet Joe Ben's mother and father, who are, Joe Ben is the owner of the CEO of Joby Aviation, the founder of it. And we talked to various elected officials, staff, and some other elected officials too, about what it might take to consummate the deal to keep Joby here in Marina. So Marina would be its location for its full production facility, not just its prototype production facility, which is right now the case. So there's still have a lot of work to do to get that to happen because other states, Ohio, Florida, Michigan, have put in large incentive packages. You know, we're talking hundreds of millions of dollars to incentivize Joby to go to their state with their full production line rather than the state of California. So our city manager is working hard with staff connected to the governor's office to try to do the best we can to put together a California package to keep Joby and Marina. But it was a celebratory event. with a lot of good discussion. And I'm just thankful that Marina had a good contingent. Councilmember Brian McCarthy was there as well. So we had a good group, and we were the last to leave. And Lane didn't drink any wine. So we'll move on now. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just kind of new procedures, kind of not sure when to, their kudos for our staff. Now? Yeah, okay, thank you. Bear with us, we are changing things up a little. That's why we're so excited. I wanted to give kudos to a couple of our departments. First of all, our police department, there was a person who was barricaded in Salinas last week, and ultimately deputies was injured in this barricaded subject, and ultimately the police were involved in a shooting in the sheriff's. And I understand that our police officers were assisting in that. So that was a big thing to happen, and the fact that we have such good collaboration. I'm really glad that we have that kind of collaboration now that we've got our former police chief and top commander in charge of the sheriff's department. So it's a very difficult thing in the law enforcement family. And I'm just really proud of our department being able to assist in the manners that they did with backup. Public Works, thank you very much to your staff for being on top of mowing our medians. When you drive into town, I was noting that they were pretty high, and I want to give them, yes, it's the course of their jobs, but the more that they assist in the improvement of our aesthetics of our community, we take note. So I just want to let you know, Mr. McMinn, your staff is doing great. The recreation team did a great job. There was 8th grade promotions that occurred, and they, as always, are on the front lines of our those that need the most support. 8th graders, yes. So I love what a sense of family they are. So I want to give the new rec director just the heads up. Your staff is phenomenal. They also kicked off the youth summer camps this week, and I believe it was this week. I just really adore the work that they do. They're a wonderful group. Lastly, the fire department was part of a girls firefighting camp, which was highly sought after. Even my kids couldn't get in. Actually, they didn't want to, but and that was our own Athena. Is she a captain now? Such? Yeah, it was on the news, and I really hope we can support that in the future. It was a one-day camp, I believe, and I've seen them throughout the state, getting more women or people who identify as women more into fire service, whatever that looks like. We had Soleil here too, and she was an admin, but I really appreciate that and our involvement. Her initiative I was very proud to see Marina's level of involvement in that. So yes, go for it.
Thank you. And just to kind of tack onto that, there's actually a coalition statewide. And this is not the first camp strictly for females to go into the fire service. And Athena's been a part of this. She's been to Fresno, she's been in the Bay Area, and we've been supporting her all that we can. We're proud of her.
Yes, thank you for that. So I just wanted to give the kudos to our entire staff, really. Thank you, Matt, and thank you, everybody, for what you do. We really greatly appreciate each and every one of you and your staff. So please pass that on.
Thank you very much, Christina. We don't talk like that enough. Okay, so let's go to our city manager with staff announcements.
Great, thank you, Mayor. If you look over here to our left here, you'll see 2 new directors in our city. We have Andrea Willer is our new Recreation and Cultural Services Director. And then we have Belinda Varela, who is our new Human Resources Director. And if you both would just come up to the mic up here and kind of introduce yourselves to the council and the community and tell us a little bit about you, that would be great. We are extremely excited to have both of them here on board.
And thank you both for being here tonight.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Belinda Varela. I'm the new HR director here.
Just a little background on me. I have 18 years of government sector experience. 12 of those years are in HR. I've worked for several government agencies, including the LA City Attorney's Office, the Southern California Regional Rail Authority, and two cities, the city of Calabasas and the city of South Pasadena. My husband and I just recently moved to Marina with our children, and we're looking forward to exploring the city. It is very beautiful in the area, and I look forward to working with the staff and the council on creating a great employee experience.
Hi, I'm Andrea Willer, the new Recreation and Cultural Services Director, and I'm happy to be here tonight. Aging myself a little bit, I have almost 30 years of experience doing similar work on both college campuses and municipalities. So I am very dedicated to recreation and the facilities and programs and services that come along with that. Most recently, I was with City of Monterey running the Monterey Sports Center. I do want to say I'm super honored to join this team. You guys have a very strong recreation staff doing amazing work. I just started yesterday, but every time I peek into one of the facilities, I just see amazing programming going on. So I'm honored to be here to support them in that. Also very excited about the projects on the horizon. I have firsthand experience in the development of new facilities and parks. And I've seen firsthand how that can strengthen and change the fabric of a community in very positive ways. And so really looking forward to being part of that. When we get to the point of opening a new sports center, aquatic center, we will be able to really broaden the demographic that we serve. We will be able to start with babies and toddlers and swim lessons, learning how to be safe around water, all the way up to seniors, learning how to strengthen their muscles and balance themselves, and everything in between. You know, the middle schooler who needs a safe haven after school, even the unhoused that need a safe place to go take a shower. So really looking forward to the opportunities here, and I'm just grateful to be here tonight. Thank you.
And to Belinda and Andrea, I hope that you have a chance to check out the hand cars. No, I mean, I hope that you do. And then, of course, the pump track. And Andrew, you've probably already been there. Yeah, good things happening, and we're happy that you can help us do more. All right, other staff announcements? All right, so then we go to public comment. This includes anything on your mind that's not on the agenda, as well as our consent agenda, which comes up after public comment. So we'll start with in person. Does anyone in the public wish to make any public comment? Yes, come on forward to the podium and push the button so the light goes on. So you talk away.
Hello, good evening, council members, Mr. Director McMinn. My name is Eileen Hu. I'm a long-term resident of Marina, and I wanted to make some comments on the green waste trash removal service, especially as it pertains to apartment buildings. And I wanted to talk about the organic waste bins, the recycle bins, and the cost of these bins. For a single family home, garbage bins, organic waste, green waste bins, and recycle bins are included in the cost of garbage removal. And that cost is approximately 25 cents per gallon. And there's 3 different sizes. For apartments, garbage removal cost is double. It's 51 cents per gallon to remove. And that does not include organic waste bins, recycle bins. Those are extra charges. I understand that there's a bill that is requiring, California Bill 1383, that is requiring organic waste bins. We were told by Green Waste that there's a charge for that. Residential customers in single-family homes, that's included. The cost for single-family homes is half. I do not think a state bill should be an excuse for the garbage company to raise fees. Organic waste bins should be included in the cost of trash removal for all residents. Recycle bins should be included in the cost of trash removal for all residents. And realistically, the cost of garbage removal should be the same whether you live in a home or you live in an apartment building. Residents in an apartment should not have to pay double for trash removal. Green Waste told us, just pass the cost on. Just raise the rates for people paying rent. That's unfair. So next year, when the city negotiates with Green Waste Trash Removal Service, the city needs to make sure that residents living in apartment buildings are treated the same way as residents living in single-family homes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Amy. All right, seeing no one else rising in person. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Logan Jensen. I'm actually not a Marina resident, so make of that what you will. But I am an apartment resident. I live in an apartment. I echo the reasons why I think we should be treated the same. And most of that is because I'm a student at the Middlebury Institute of International Studies, and I kind of here. I've always been here temporarily. I was formerly at DLI, and I was technically an apartment resident there. And I'm like, despite being an apartment resident, I feel like Monterey Peninsula and Monterey and Marina and all the areas that I ride my bike around all the time and come to love is just a beautiful area that I really, really would love to be a permanent resident of. But there's kind of an issue with the student debt crisis and with so many other things that we're dealing with. It's very hard for people like me and young people like me to afford living in this area. And it's just very difficult to think that that's a possibility. And so I just want to express my willingness to work with the city, my willingness to be a long-term resident. And if I can be treated equally and be given the opportunity, then that's something that I really want to be a part of. And I actually came here originally. I thought this was the meeting where we're going to talk about the surf project, because I've been talking a lot with MST and I'm an enormous transit advocate. And I came for that. And I mean, we didn't talk about that, and that's okay. But I wanted to say that I very much support that. And I think that's the reason. The reason why I like that is I feel like cars have an inherent tendency to divide. Oh, okay. Oh, is that next?
It's on the agenda, the public
Oh,
comment.
okay. Yeah. Then I'll save that for then. Sorry,
No problem. It's
Oh,
great
yeah.
to hear from you.
But just generally on the apartments, because I think that's the general thing. Yeah, I just want to introduce myself. I'm here for that. And then I'm a student at I study public administration. And so I hope to be in the hall a lot more consistently and understanding and paying more attention to these meetings across the peninsula, because I feel like there's a lot that not just me, but the students of our university can offer. And we want to be a part of our communities. And I'm hoping to be a way that we can do that. So wherever there's collaboration or you need help from a student, or you could use an intern, or you think that you want to come recruit and talk to our students about everything that we can do and all the places that we can work in the local area, I would love to be the conduit for that. So I'll leave my public comment there, and then we can see what else hits the agenda. So thank you so much.
Great job. Thank you. Okay, anyone else in person? All right, we go to sign them up. All right, so let's move to people online. And let's start with Grace Silva Santella. Matt, can you help out? I'm not quite ready.
Go ahead, Grace.
Hi, Mayor and City Council members. I want to announce that this June, this month, we have a really exciting, we meaning the Friends of the Marina Library, a very exciting lineup of free movies at the Marina Library. We continue to express our gratitude to the City Council for their expenditure of the new AV system. This coming Saturday, we will be showing the classic film Singing in the Rain, 1952, starts at 2:30 in the afternoon. We have a special movie on Wednesday evening, June 21st. That is the date of the summer solstice. We will be showing the film Summer of Soul. It is a documentary that follows the Harlem Cultural Festival, which was in 1969, the exact same time as Woodstock, 100 miles away from Woodstock, and yet it just now is getting the attention of the public. Then on Saturday, June 24th, also at 2:30 in the afternoon for that movie, we will be having a joint movie event co-sponsored with the Marina Tree and Garden Club, and we'll be showing the documentary film Honeyland. This starts at 2:30, and so for those in attendance at the Marina Multicultural event, it's a perfect segue for them to walk on down to the library and join us at 2:30 for another really exciting international event. This is a documentary that follows a Macedonian woman who harvests honey from wild beehives. And then this month, the library staff will be starting a family morning cartoon event. It will be Friday morning, June 30th at 10 o'clock, and they'll be showing the film Hey Arnold. We have a little mix up in our schedule this month of June. Come July, there'll be a slightly different schedule happening, and all of these will be on Saturdays. So I hope that most of you can attend at least one of those films. It's a really quite an exciting collection of films that we'll be showing. Thank you.
Great, Grace. Thank you very much. All right, let's go to Victoria Hill. Good evening, Victoria.
Hey guys, how are you?
Great.
Yeah, I'm sure you guys know what I'm gonna talk about, huh? Anyways, yeah, Monopine wireless tower. You guys planning to? I mean, not you directly, Brian, but the planning department or whoever is responsible for doing that. So, as you know, we're all trying to fight it and see if the city is going to try to find a better location. I'm at the point where I'm actually putting my house on the market before the tower is going to go up, because it's definitely going to affect the value of my home. And even though I enjoyed tremendously my life in Marina, and it's amazing what you guys do for Marina, really appreciate, respect all of you, but I'm at the point, it's like, that's it. I have to sell and move because I don't think it's fair, and it's definitely hurting people who going to live right across the street. So any updates on hearing us, giving us, I don't know, some other options other than putting it in the residential area?
Victoria, we don't get into conversations at this time. It's your time to tell
Okay.
us what you'd like.
Yeah, well, I guess, okay. I didn't realize that. I guess I just wanted to bring it to your attention that we're still going to be trying to do what we can. Unfortunately, we didn't have enough time. I feel like we were given the fact on a very short notice. I know we had 10 days to file the appeal, which costs almost like $3,000 that we couldn't come up on time, but we'll probably be trying all legal ways and see what we can do. But I hope, again, I know it still has to go through the city council for land lease approval. And I hope our comments and emails would be heard. That's all. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Victoria. And we're definitely reading your emails. So thank you for communicating in different ways to us. All right. Let's go to Mike Moeller. Good evening, Mike.
Good evening. Thank you, Mayor and City Council members. I just wanted to thank the 25 volunteers that showed up last Saturday, June 3rd, to help Friends of Marina Parks remove a truckload of invasive feather grass from the library parking lot. For some folks to come out there and give up, 2-3 hours of their afternoon to do something strictly on volunteer is amazing. Also, the City of Marina Public Works, Brian McMinn was out there giving up his free time, and it was good to have him out there to help us kind of decide what kind of things that we can plan up next. BLM, C4SM, and Silva Santella Gardens for loaning us some tools that we couldn't have done without them. Future plans is irrigation repair, wood chips, and working with Marina Tree and Garden Club to try to figure out what kind of native plants can be put into that area. It's going to be a long-term project, but I look forward to working with more volunteers and those clubs to help our library parking lot look beautiful and to complement our new Martin Luther King bust memorial that's going up there right now. So I hope to see folks come out there in the future and help Friends of Marina Parks make the library beautiful. Thank you.
And thanks, Mike, too, for being one of those who organized the painting of the picnic tables outside the library. And shout out to Gary Krejna and Jackie Gardner for helping organize that event last Saturday that Brian McMinn and you are talking about or attended. It was a great event. All right, let's go to Denise Turley. Good evening, Denise.
Hi, thank you. Thank you to the lady that brought up about the garbage collection issues. A comment is that single-family homes only get their garbage picked up once a week, and if you are in a unit that has how many ever dumpsters, those get picked up 1, 2, 3 times a week, depending on the number of dumpsters they have for the room for, basically. I also support getting the food waste bins to those folks, since I understand that it is now the state law. And so my question is, if that comment is incorrect about the price being higher because there's more number of collections, I expect to hear Brian or somebody pop in on that. I'm looking forward to hearing from you all and Graystar on our upcoming budget, pending very soon. Thank you. Good evening.
All right. Thank you very much for your leadership out in Preston Abrams, Denise, over the years. Let's go to MN. Good evening, MN.
Hi, thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. First of all, it's really nice to see our local heroes getting recognition tonight. So thank you for that. And really grateful for all their hard work. Secondly, I would like to call in my support for Victoria and the residents impacted by the recent decision for a cell tower on California Road. We're a growing city, and there's going to be a lot of people who invest their hard-earned money to buy a house in Marina. And it is one thing to move to a location fully knowing that there is a cell phone tower all existing in place and making a choice for yourself if that's okay with you. It's another totally different story when a cell phone tower is erected right next to their home without really any choice of theirs, right? So Victoria mentioned that she may be moving because it might impact her home value. That's not something that I would like the city of Marina to be known for, is, to come here, buy a multi-million-dollar home, invest in the local communities, local businesses, and then being treated as such. And so I hope that when you get to make a decision as to what impact, these cell towers, any items that might negatively affect a homeowner's home value, that you really look at it hard and think about it hard, and consider, everyone's our neighbor. And how would you personally feel if that happened to you? If cell phone towers is erected next to your house, next to your neighbor's house, next to your friend's house. So please consider that. I know it was a tough choice. I heard that the decision was 3-4 in approval of the cell phone tower. So I understand it was a hard decision, and I thank the volunteers on the commission to look at all the details. But again, it is negatively impacting our city image and what the city can do to a homeowner and their home's value. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Mia. Would anyone else like to speak who hasn't spoken? We'll leave public comment open for another moment. All right, Tommy Bolea, welcome.
Hey, good evening to the city council and the mayor. I'm calling from the Marina pump track as the sun sets here. We're getting a little bit of a sunset, but just dedicating all the young riders that leave this track crying because they don't want to leave, and the parents have to pick them up and basically drag them away. It's pretty exciting to see kids moving on their bikes, skateboards, you name it. They're doing it. It's unbelievable. And that railroad thing that you guys got going, that's another healthy thing. I know Marina is a cold climate city, but if you just put on a sweater or jacket and walk, run, ride a bike, you can generate heat, and that equates to watts, and that burns your calories. But anyways, Marina's the perfect climate. I couldn't ride a bike in Fresno or Stockton, Redding, Bakersfield. They're 100 degrees. Pretty soon they're going to be 100 degrees. And right here, we live in, we don't even know how good we have it. People complain how cloudy it is, but it's actually an ideal. Our summer is during the winter, by the way, but that's another point. But I'm going to switch a little bit to staying healthy. And I know you guys put in a new car wash. I mean, I know it's a tax revenue for the city, but I won't be there because I washed my car. If I burn 50 calories or 100 calories, so be it. I mean, if I do everything by just pushing a button, toothbrush, garage door opener, car wash, my gosh, we won't be self-driving cars. My God, we won't be thinking, we won't be moving. And if you're not burning calories, your weight's just going to increase. So you have to keep moving. And this pump track and other venues that are planned for the city and the things that are here are unbelievable. But I was going to talk a little bit about energy in California, but 40 seconds ain't going to cut it. But just research the California duck curve. We're importing 70 million megawatts of energy in 2019, enough to power thousands of homes. California is last on energy production. It's unbelievable. And the solar is going to Texas and Arizona. They're benefiting it. And we pay them to take it because it's got to get off the grid. We're not using it at high noon. Everybody's at work. So we're in this curve here. It's very dangerous, and we better transition into this very carefully. Have a good evening from the Marina pump track.
Thank you for that eyewitness report, Tommy.
Oh yeah, there was an accident on Beach and Del Monte at the roundabout. So I think it's cleared up now. And thanks for the first responders again.
All right, thank you, Tommy. We'll go ahead and close public comment. And to Eileen, who has a really good point. I didn't know about the discrepancies that you've outlined. So our process here is that staff will contact you or you contact staff between now and the next meeting, rather than we have a discussion now that's not on the agenda. And I think staff will be able to also refer you to the Waste Management District, who we use as our expertise on the rate cost structures. And to Victoria and Mia, I hope you stay in communication with staff, and maybe staff can give the council an update on the California Avenue cell tower, because we might not all be apprised of what the status is. You don't have to do it now, but if you want to
I can
know.
give you a quick, I think we have scheduled tentatively, is it July 5th council meeting? The lease will be coming back to the council on that date.
Okay, so July 5th, Tuesday, 6:30 PM is the start of the meeting, and it'll probably get to that item probably around 7:30 or 8, something like that. Okay, did I miss any maybe questions that people asked or anything like that that we want to refer to staff? That's all. Thank you, everyone in the public who weighed in. Mayor Pro Tem Christina Medina Dirksen, your light's on. Did you have some input? All right. Oh, right. Sorry, I missed that. Go ahead, Councilmember McCarthy.
There are questions about consent. Is it now the time? for
Yeah,
that?
so we'll move to our consent agenda, starting with you. It'd be great.
Okay. So I had questions on 10G2, hopefully, sorry, 10G2 and 10H1, but I want to start with 10H1 if that's okay. And that's acceptance of the public improvements. They're really just two comments. One is there's 2 streetlight items in 2022. And I just want to make sure that city staff is aware that there are still some streetlights that weren't repaired, or some assemblies that weren't repaired in the first place. And so I think staff knows that, but I just want to make sure that we're not approving saying that we think that that was complete. And then the second question is the old courtyard gate automation was canceled. I was just wondering why that was. Was that fixed in-house or?
So council member, it was canceled because some of the equipment was long lead and it was really not in control of the on-call contractor. It's not that the project's canceled, it's just that it wasn't going to be finished on a work order under this contractor.
Okay.
And yes, the street lights, we did procure the lights to go in, and because those were long lead items, and so they haven't been installed yet. And that's going to be part of the budget discussions going forward, additional money to complete the project.
Okay, thank you. And then with Mr. Mayor, 10G2 is an MOU with the food waste reduction program. And unfortunately, Ms. You escaped before I could mention the item, but that there is kind of an item that deals with this. And I was hoping maybe we might consider talking about it, especially if the member of the public was still here. But maybe at this point, it's just, I guess I would ask the council's recommendation. I mean, I hear comments about this green waste program all the time. And so if there are areas where council can discuss how to use that grant money in ways that we're hearing from citizens they want it to be used, I'm wondering if it's worth pulling and talking about, or if that's maybe an agenda item for another time.
I think it's worth pulling and talk about if you wish to discuss it.
Maybe I could ask staff. I mean, is that? Don't fall asleep yet, staff, please. It's pretty early.
Well, no, if it's a question about the rates and how the rates are structured, this contract or this MOU doesn't really deal with that. We work with HF&H on the review of the rates every year, and something that's ongoing. What this MOU is focused more on working collaboratively across agencies on some of the requirements to meet the SB 1383 organics diversion. And so that's what the focus of this MOU is.
Okay, so I won't ask for it to be pulled in, but I would like to share with staff that it's one of the things that I'm just constantly hearing about, that the program's not working. They don't understand why it's so important. And there's just a lot of room for growth on that. So thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. I did have a question on the streetlights. So there are some on Patton Parkway. For all the streetlights in the city that are missing, what's the very 10-word explanation of the plan for replacement?
The plan is, well, we have materials in the yard for some of the streetlights to be replaced. I can't say for sure that we have materials for every streetlight that hasn't been replaced, but we did replace some of the decorative lights near the roundabouts. initially. And a lot of what we have now are more of the standard, we call them Cobra head fixtures. And so that's item 8, is this 10 now? 10G1 is the on-call contract, and that would be a vehicle for getting those installed. The other piece is the budget needs as well.
Okay, so in 10 words or less, the streetlights that are needed will be part of our budget planning.
Getting them installed will be yes.
Yeah, we used all of our budget purchasing all the lights because of the long lead time. They made a decision just to purchase everything. And then we're going to be coming back with probably about $150,000 budget request for installation of all the lights that now we've purchased.
Okay, so Patton Parkway lights are laying down somewhere waiting.
I'll have to check on those. I'm not sure about those decorative ones, but I know we have the Cobra head ones.
All right, thank you, everybody. Not seeing any, oh yes, Mayor Pro Tem Turkson.
Thank you very much. I would like to see G2 on the food waste reduction and organics recycling come back to us as an open session agenda item that we can talk further with, because there are a lot of issues. And if there was any leeway that we can work to address some of those concerns that we heard today, and as we go forward and decide policy on this. So I had that comment. And then I have a question on G1, and I also have a question on G3. G2, not necessarily. No, I don't want to pull it other than to state support that we bring it back to talk about the ins and outs as it was in a public forum. So people have noticed that we can talk about this.
Okay, so bring it back to discuss.
That's correct. I don't want to pull the end of these. That is correct.
Not this issue, but the issue of.
Yes. My question on G1, this is a $1 million contract for Monterey Peninsula Engineering for on-call. I didn't see in the staff report, which is again 10G1, how much was spent this past year? Because the contract looked like it was about $500,000, and we're looking at $1 million as a not to exceed. And it just gave a general various city projects. Can you give us an idea if these are non-emergency situations or what, and why it was $1 million? If you don't have that right now, I can go to my other question on G3.
No, actually, do you have that one in the packet? It didn't fit my packet. Oh. No. I got it here. Okay. So this last contract that we had, it's actually item 10. No, I got it, Doug. 10H1. And in 10H1, page 2 is a summary of all the work orders that were performed under the previous on-call contract. It was a 2-year contract. In the first year, there was just under $500,000 worth of work. And the second year, we came closer to that $1 million at $900,000 worth of work. And so, it looks like about 5-6 work orders a year. And generally smaller type projects that we can deliver more efficiently with this type of on-call contract.
Thank you. You answered that perfectly. Thank you. I overlooked that one. The next question was G3. As to the MOU on the sister city and friendship arrangements. And when I read through the MOU, I just wondered if there was room for other arrangements, or they're just going to be specific. I'm just thinking if in the future, it's not a sister city, it's not a friendship, but there's some other arrangement. Can this apply? Can we make the policy just a little broader? Or is that not the point of this? I'm just thinking if Rotary had some sort of, it wasn't sister city, but it was something, or the Lions Club exchange.
I just didn't want to make it so narrow. I'm just wondering about that.
This is more like a specific program. I think if you had exchanges with Rotary or things like that, I think we could come back and institute a separate your program or policy for that.
Okay.
Could I just make a response? Yes.
Biala?
So the sister cities is really kind of an accepted terminology for a relationship between two countries. And we put in Friendship City because it was a less formal arrangement. So even within the context of a sister city program, that we could still have a step down. So that's what that was about. It's still within the confines of what people consider to be the parameters of sister cities.
Okay, so if there's any more discussion, we should pull this for more discussion because we're already getting beyond what we should do. Does anyone have more discussion they want on this item? It's okay, we just need to pull.
I was just going to suggest some improved language to expand, but that's not.
Right, that's great. Just let's pull it, and that will be item 10D.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
Okay, would someone like to make a motion minus item G3? Yeah, sorry. So item 10G3 would be action item 13B. Someone like to make a motion?
So moved.
Which, okay,
That we approve the consent minus 10G3.
all right.
I will second.
Okay, all in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, please say no. Thank you. That motion passes 5-0 unanimously. And we'll move on to our action items. Oops, sorry, our public hearings. The first on our fireworks cost recovery. And our chief, Doug McCown of Fire Department, will lead us through. Thanks, Doug.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council. So tonight, we're asking that the City Council open a public hearing, take testimony from the public, and consider adopting resolution setting a fireworks cost recovery fee at 6% of the permittees retail sales and adding a fireworks cost recovery charge to the master fee schedule. So historically, this fee has been in the ordinance, and what we're wanting to do is put this fee in with every other fees in our master fee schedule. Take it out of the ordinance and it'll live within the fee schedule. To do this, we needed to open a public hearing. We needed to notice our intent, which we did. And so it's in front of you tonight for consideration. And we did look at the fee at 6%, and at 6%, we feel that we will have enough revenue to offset our costs that we incur from our fireworks, our legal fireworks every year. I could go on, but I think that's the gist of it, and that's pretty short.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear. Did you say to recover costs from illegal fireworks?
No,
From legal fireworks?
legal fireworks.
Okay.
Mayor Pro Tem Medina Dirksen.
Well, thank you, Chief. When the fees are recovered, where do they go? Do they go to the general fund or do they go back into the fire department budget?
They go into the general fund, and that's where these fees go. Every year, the police department, public works, recreation, and fire department all incur fees, and it's to offset those costs.
Follow-up question, is there in government, how could we use these fees to go to firework information or illegal firework prevention?
Well, this charge fee is a cost recovery fee. So if we tied it into whatever our cost recovery is, and we actually do that a lot of that's part of our, the work we do as a fire department prior to 4th of July. We talk a lot about illegal fireworks, calling people, we have the meetings, things like that nature.
And even more than that, under state law, when we establish a fee for a service, it specifically is to recover the actual cost of the service. And this fee is strictly for the legal fireworks. And so it's the actual cost that we estimate our police, fire, and public works for that program. So going to illegal fireworks is beyond what we charge for this fee.
And do the fees, so the fees end up work? Is it just-
Yes. Yes, the fee is on the retail sales of the fireworks. And over the years, you know, it's gone from 7 and we're down to 6% now. And we feel that will pay for our cost recovery.
Any more input at this time, council member? Okay, let's go to Councilmember Biala.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the cost recovery fees that you have proposed here is the compilation of the previous 3 years of real data from Marina, correct?
The cost recovery, if we went over 3 years, it'd be a little bit different. And that would have been kind of the challenge. Every year, the sales go up and down. It depends on the weather, depends on what other cities are selling their fireworks. And so this is the best. You know, we looked at the data actually for the last 7 years since I've been here. And we have our cost and what our projected revenue would be. And at 6%, those should equal out.
Yes, and that's specifically related to Marina.
Specifically related to Marina, because
And,
that's why it's come down over the years
Uh-huh.
from 7 down to 6.
Right. Is this in line with other cities as well about the percentage of cost recovery?
I'm sorry, I didn't research the other cities.
Okay, sure. And specifically for Marina is probably the most accurate, but I didn't know whether we were low compared to other cities or high.
Yeah,
and for whatever
I'm
reason.
sorry, I didn't really research the other cities. I just know that where we've been in the city of Marina
Right.
since I've been here and where we're at today.
And of course, the reasons why we do this in the first place is because of the fire damage that can be caused by these fireworks, legal or illegal. But has Marina had a history of actual fires related to fire damages to homes, et cetera, or harm to people?
Not from legal fireworks, we haven't.
Okay.
You know, and for the fire department, there's, you know, each department, so Public Works is cleaning up, you know, all the litter from the Safe and Sane. And for us, we have to have a lot of meetings, there's a lot of inspections. We do daily inspections. We have whole daily meetings with the vendor before the process even starts. And we have to staff up an extra engine for the night for the safety. And the police department does the same thing, and, you know, other departments staff up for this. But you know, Safe and Sane fireworks has not been, we haven't had really fires. I think one fire I've gone back over the last 8 years was in a garbage can because somebody discarded their fireworks improperly. But those are things that we try to teach people. And
Yes. So it sounds like prevention and also cleanup costs, but not in terms of any specific fire damages that Marine has been very fortunate that we have not had that.
Right. Illegal fireworks is a different story, but legal fireworks, the ones that we're selling, correct?
Okay, thank you for so much.
All right, still getting used to our new way of having a meeting. If there's no more clarifying questions, we can ask other kinds of questions later. But if there's no clarifying questions at this point, we'll open the public hearing here from the public. So anyone in person that would like to come to the podium and talk to us about fireworks and cost setting recovery, now's the time. If not, we'll go to online folks. Welcome back, Logan.
Yeah, I just think I like fireworks. Fireworks are cool, but they're also like they're like a big danger. And so like, I just remember when I was a kid, I I'm usually pretty like, I like to be right on the edge of risk. And so like a firework, there's some fireworks that are safe for me to handle and there's a lot that are not. And so I just prefer the fireworks that as long as whatever policy comes through lets the people use the fun, nice, safe fireworks for themselves and then permits the professionals to be able to use them for us to celebrate things and come together as a community. As long as both of those are preserved and they're used at the right time, whatever happens is okay with me. And I think that's all I needed to say. So thank you.
Thank you, Logan. All right, let's go online. Anyone wishing to raise their hand, please do it. Not seeing anyone raising their hand for fireworks discussion. So we'll close the public hearing, come back to Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. So I'm likely to support this recommended motion, but I would be remiss not to mention a couple things. One is that the Monterey Grand Jury just released a report on fireworks. And the gist of what I read anyway was that a lot of the strategies that municipalities are trying to use to curb this just simply aren't working. And in Seaside's case anyway, which was the case study, that maybe there was a thought that not enough information is being transparently shared with the community about fireworks cleanup and stuff like that. Again, that was what I remember from the report, but I encourage everyone to take their own read at it. The second piece is, because we've never addressed it as this council, fireworks is a very controversial issue come every July. And I don't know what past councils have said, but I'm really torn. I mean, here we are approving a resolution to sell fireworks, and yet we hear complaints about, or at least to collect a recovery fee on sold fireworks. But yet we hear these complaints every year about fireworks. And also, I think it's important to say that our PAL and I think some of our fire support agencies, don't they sell fireworks in July or?
Fireworks in the city of Marina are sold by nonprofit organizations. And keep in mind that tonight's resolution is not the authorization to sell, just to recover our cost recovery. That's actually in an ordinance.
Okay.
So we do have specific criteria within the city as far as who can sell it. And there is the PAL as one of our vendors, and all the others are nonprofit. We don't have any fire department ones. And I just want to kind of mention that usually when we have an issue with fireworks, a complaint or anything else, those are illegal fireworks. There is a regional task force that is working on trying to combat and trying to stop those fireworks from even coming in the areas. It's, I don't know how successful they'll be, but this will be one of the first years they've really been working behind the scenes to try to curb the amount of illegal fireworks.
Okay. So I think I'll pretty much leave my comments there. I will challenge this a little bit. Some complaints that I hear are kind of the safe and sane, the ones that go, don't leave the ground, but somehow make a loud noise that affect people with PTSD. They affect pets. A lot of those are, I believe, safe and sane, but I do hear complaints from those. I don't think we're going to solve these problems overnight, right? I think we've been dealing with them for decades and they're really difficult problems to combat. But yeah, this council hasn't really talked about it as a group. So I don't know if that's scheduled before July or, okay. I guess we'll see how maybe July goes and whether we need to talk about it in the future. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, is there any legal nexus for us to include in the cost recovery our efforts for illegal fireworks, or is that not allowed legally?
I would need to defer.
Through the mayor, this is really a fee just to recover the costs of the sales of fireworks. So it's as reflected in the staff report. Staff did research on the cost of the fee in the past and the kind of efforts they have for these permitted fireworks sale. So the cost can only cover those efforts. So if there's another program like Council McCarthy mentioned, or another effort by the city to deal with fireworks, that would be outside this fee.
Okay, so then it would also be outside of tonight's discussion.
Correct.
Okay. So if council wanted us to have a discussion item on fireworks where we could talk about different policies or enforcements, et cetera, for the illegal half of this, then we just need to let staff know. Okay, any final comments? Someone like to make a motion? Councilmember Vischer?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to make the motion to set the fireworks cost recovery fee at 6% of the permittee's retail sales and to adopt resolution number something, amending and adding the fireworks cost recovery charge to the master fee schedule.
All right, is there a second for that?
A
Councilmember
second.
Viola? Seconds that, all right. Mayor Pro Tem Medina Dirksen, did you have input? Okay. All right, all in, this, we need a roll call, please. Okay, can we have a roll call, please? Whether we need it or not.
It's not an ordinance.
Where is she?
Yeah, I'm hiding in the background, not an ordinance.
All right, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, please say no. All right, that passed unanimously. Thank you, Chief McCowan, for that, and anyone else that may have helped you with that. So now we go to the mural. So
The housing element, Mr. Mayor.
sorry, thank you. I overlooked that. All right, so our Community Development Director Guido Persicone is going to lead us through this.
Yeah, I will make this very brief. This is a continuing effort on community development's part to update our municipal code to make it compliant with state law and to work on previous housing element programs that we promised the state we would work on. So the reasonable accommodations ordinance, we removed some language that the state thought was subjective. The supportive housing ordinance, we added deadlines into when we would process the permit. That's a little bit redundant because we already do that by the Permit Streamlining Act already, but the state asked for it. And the density bonus law, within the last 3 years, there have been 4 separate bills that the state has adopted. And so what a lot of cities are doing, which we're recommending tonight, is just to adopt the state density bonus ordinance by reference. And so we don't have to come back to you every single year. We'll just adopt it by reference. And that basically is my presentation. We're really just trying to make the ordinances compliant with state law.
Great, Guido. Any questions for Guido before we go to public comment that are clarifying ones? Go ahead, Councilmember Medina Dirksen. Councilmember Viola.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to clarify, Guido, if you could, on page 10, when we talk about, this is in the Article 5, on the general plan compliance. So we've sort of noted that on Del Monte Boulevard and Reservation Road, we have the opportunity to do more affordable, more housing to the tune of 200 units. So does this is your staff report comments, but does this mean that it goes into this Article 5, or it just is where you say evidence, that's what goes into, well, that's already in the Article 5 language
Article,
currently.
what you're on page 10?
10, yeah. It's Article 5, and then you've crossed out some
Oh, the density
numbers,
bonus.
and it says adoption of state density bonus law by
Right.
reference.
The general plan compliance, those are just findings. That doesn't go into the ordinance. It's
Okay.
just the for the benefit of the viewing public, it's page 10 of the staff report. It's Article 5, the density bonus. That's the language. It'll just say, please incorporate by reference.
Oh, I see. Okay, so this is, I can ignore this.
The general plan compliance is
Okay.
just, whenever we bring an item before the council, we always have to make general plan findings.
Okay, and the relationship between your description of the 200 units, does that somehow integrate into our 5th cycle interim housing element? I guess I'm not understanding the relationship between those two, and does it change anything that we've said in the housing element, or do we add those kinds of comments into the housing element?
We can certainly add it for 6th cycle, but it doesn't really change anything in the housing element itself. This is once again just evidence to support adoption of the ordinance. So.
Okay, thank you very much.
let's go to a public hearing. Let anyone in the audience speak up to 3 minutes, and we'll start with people here in person. Anyone wishing to speak, please come forward. Not seeing anyone, we'll go to those online. Please raise your virtual hand. Let's go to welcome back Tommy Bolea. Is it dark at the pump track, Tommy?
You guys didn't put any lights in there, thank God, because if you did, that place would be open 24 hours a day. But it's good. You're doing energy conservation. No lights, you go home. So that's the way that is. Yeah, I guess that's okay, but we got our long days now in summer, so that'll be good. So the subject here is housing and additional housing, and I understand it. But I look at just units that are vacant now. I mean, I go to Craigslist and I see, I don't know, 60 units, 70 units available. Now, granted, they're not, maybe some of them are repeats and some of them are, a few might be low income. If at all. I mean, they're all probably street value that you would have to pay. But
Excuse me, Tommy, sorry to interrupt, but we're not talking about housing in general tonight. We're talking about proposed amendments to our housing policy. So do you have any comments on the proposed amendments that are in the staff report?
well, I mean, as far as increasing your housing, I just don't see why you want, I know, understand it's revenue for the city, but
Right, this doesn't
obviously,
regard revenue, Tommy, this isn't regarding revenue, it's just regarding specific proposed amendments to our housing approach.
okay,
With our-
and
With our mission.
but you didn't mention what those amendments were, so how can I reply? I would have to read the agenda?
Yeah, that's the most important way to do that. But if you have question about what are the amendments, then when you're done talking, we'll tell you what those are. We had a very short presentation because it's pretty
Okay.
technical.
Yeah, I see how you do the question. Yeah, I see how you change the strategy. Okay, all right, well, I don't have much further to say because
All right, I'm
it
sorry,
doesn't make
Tommy.
sense. It's okay, it's all right. And it's just a strategy that you guys are playing now. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Uh-huh.
All right, anyone else? Let's go to Denise Turley. Welcome back, Denise.
Hi, thank you. Just a note while you're on the housing element, to remind whoever is looking over that for changes, that the housing element for years has incorrectly reported the number, type, and kinds of units at Preston and Abram, and we have had changes recently on that. That item
Okay,
should be
hang
looked
on
at.
one moment,
Thank you.
Denise. Denise, I'm just not sure that's on top. If you're finished, Denise, we'll let it go, of
I am
course.
done.
but- Okay, all right. Thank you, Denise. Do you have other comments regarding the
No.
proposed amendments?
No.
All right, thank you very much, Denise. Anyone else wishing to speak on this item? Just raise your hand. Okay, let's close public comment and come back to City Council. Councilmember McCarthy?
Thank you, Mayor. A couple comments. I do think the housing element discussion is on topic. As Guido mentioned, a lot of this is being done to become in compliance with our housing element. And I want to mention that only recently did the city of Marina become compliant with, at least on HCD's website, with the fifth cycle. And so people are noticing the work that the community development department is doing is being noticed, and thank you for that. That's huge. And so I really appreciate that. Also, just incorporating by reference, I think generally I'm largely in favor of. It prevents a lot of staff work, I think. I do have one kind of question. It's a hypothetical, but if the referenced ordinance had some leeway for cities to do something different, like let's say the reference ordinance changed to say cities can choose either A or B, then is that something that would come back to us, or is that unlikely to even be an issue? Am I articulating what I'm asking very well, or do I need to restate it?
I understand your question. I can answer it now, or
If you would, I'd appreciate it. Yeah.
If there's a substantive change of density bonus law, we would absolutely bring that back to the council.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, and I think that's it for me. And yeah, that's it for me. I'm ready to make a motion when the time is.
Yeah, that'd be good. Motion, yeah.
Yeah, I make a motion that we open a public hearing, take testimony from the public, introduce ordinance 2023 amending the following sections of the Marina Municipal Code pertaining to housing, section 17.04, 06, 08, .10, .12, .16, .22, .45, .48.040, and 17.48.50, and adding a new section 17.51.
I will second that.
Okay.
Through the mayor, can I clarify? We already had the public hearing, so is your motion to introduce an ordinance?
Just take off that first part of that.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. So the motion is to introduce the ordinance, amending the sections we discussed and adding a new section 17.51. And the second was from who? Mayor Pro Tem Medina Dirksen. All right, let's go to Councilmember Biala.
I'm sorry, I was going to second it.
Okay. Roll call?
Yeah, this one
Anita, if you're
requires
active.
a verbal. So Councilmember McCarthy,
Yes.
Councilmember Vischer,
Yes.
Councilmember Biala,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Medina Dirksen,
Yes.
Mayor Delgado.
Yes, thank you. That motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much, Guido, and those helping you. So I wonder if we need to, if we can switch things around. Can we do surf next, or do we need to do the mural next? We have anyone waiting on the mural?
Do we have anyone waiting on the mural, Guido?
Mr. Mayor, we do have the artist for the mural, and we do have Pacific Roots. Billy is from that company.
Let's leave it the way it is then. I just didn't know that. Okay. All right, so we're gonna move on to the mural at 3100 Del Monte, which is, we know it as the Catalyst Dispensary.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this is a follow-up item. At February 21st, the council recommended to continue working with this applicant. And as part of the follow-up item, staff was asked to work with the applicant in terms of mural. We've had a couple meetings. The mural is compliant with our sign ordinance. And instead of us trying to articulate the mural, we actually have the artist. I am not an artist by any stretch. And Nick has actually been the project planner. And the artist's name is, I'm gonna mess it up.
Hanif Pani.
Hanif Pani. So if the mayor and Matt, the assistant city manager, could move him over to be a panelist. And Millie is from Pacific Roots, the company. So we can give the council his thought process in terms of why the mural was chosen. So that's basically staff's presentation.
Matt,
Hello.
who was the second? What was the second name?
Millie, M-I-L-Y.
Okay. Welcome, Millie. We're trying here. All right. So they've both been, hello, Hanif and Millie.
Hello.
Who would like to go first?
Hanif, why don't you go first?
Okay. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, loud and clear. Welcome, Hanif.
Okay, great. Thanks for having me. Yeah, so the thought process behind this design was to pay tribute to the Asian American Pacific Islander community of Monterey County, and the contributions historically to the county, culturally and through the infrastructure. Like so if you could see on the left, it starts with the Pacific Railroad tracks kind of going into fading into the distance there, and then there's a railroad worker profile right there. And then I made kind of you know, a version, artistic representation of the fishing community over that the different communities that were up and down the coast there. So in no way is it you know a hyper realistic version of what the houses look like or anything, but it's just kind of my interpretation. And then we have a sardine there coming around the side, you know, a traditional fishing boat kind of peeking there. And then on the bottom, I have celebrated local activist Jerry Lo Sabado, who was just instrumental in you know, voicing the struggles of the Asian American Pacific Islander community here. It was just kind of it was an honor for me to be able to include her in this design. I've proposed a few different ones, but this is the one that kind of, you know, spoke. So if there's any questions about it, I'd love to answer any.
All right, any questions for this terrific artist and artwork? Councilmember McCarthy?
Thank you, Mayor. And I can't even start to ask questions without just acknowledging how incredible this mural is, and big ups to the artists and Catalyst for an incredibly touching representation and choice of the mural. Most of my questions are really for staff. But I guess the one question for the artist I have, was there any coordination with the estate of?
So it's got to be clarifying questions that are kind of technical and
Okay,
burden.
so not to the artist, or?
Comes after public comment.
Okay. So to me, clarifying would be asking if there's been any coordination with the estate of Jerry Lo Sabado or any approval.
Well, this is the last night you're going to have to deal with it because we're changing our rules. So we don't have this clarifying question conundrum. But I would think it's anything that's, you know, pretty technical, and you can't move on to public comment without it.
So yeah, my question stands.
Okay,
Is that a question for me to answer right now?
whoever's the best one to answer it.
Oh, yeah, I actually spoke with Mr. Sabado today on the phone. I don't know if he's present in this meeting. We were talking about both kind of coming in and you know, just having a little statement. But yeah, we spoke today, and he seemed pretty excited, and said he's spoke to his children as well, and they were pretty excited about the whole project.
Okay. And then I have some questions about our ordinance language. To me, that's about as technical and clarifying as it gets, but maybe staff disagrees. So I'm going to move forward with them. So our ordinance says that a sign means anything whatsoever placed, erected, constructed, posted, painted, printed, tacked, nailed, glued, stuck, carved, or otherwise fastened, affixed, or made visible for out-of-door advertising purposes in any manner whatsoever on the ground, on any tree, wall, bush, rock, post, fence, building, structure, or thing whatsoever. For the purpose of this title, the advertising area of one side of a double-faced sign shall be used in determining the advertising area. So the question to staff, and I'd already asked them before this meeting, but do we consider this a sign?
The answer is no, because and Matt, we actually have it up as a reference slide, Matt. Yeah, the real key part is it's not really advertising anything. There's no connotation to Catalyst. There's no connection to Pacific Roots. It's not calling attention to selling marijuana or cannabis or any of that sort. So it's really not a sign under our code.
Okay, thank you. And then the second part, in 2020, this council approved and voters adopted cannabis ordinance, which in part says 17.47.030, letter D, it says, in addition to other applicable restrictions in the code, any sign that is visible from the outside of the property or visible from any location, such as a common parking area, walkway, shared by multiple businesses shall be limited to the name and or address of the business and shall contain no other information or graphics aside from information or graphics that are required to be posted in a manner that is visible from outside the business. So again, I guess the question to staff is, do they believe that this is, and I think it's already been answered, but I just want to ensure for the record that we've read the language of the code and once again ask staff if they feel that that's in compliance.
Their sign is in compliance, and we've had several discussions with the applicant, and Millie is on the phone from Pacific Roots, and she can give kind of the background origins of the company, and that sign in no way, shape, or form denotes cannabis.
Okay, thank you. I think those are my clarifying questions for now. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Biala?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wanted to ask about any plans for ongoing maintenance as time, especially in our weather, the paint begins to chip or whatever, fade. And do we have any money set aside or plans for refurbishing the mural?
Currently, we haven't thought of that, but we can certainly, that can be added to the motion or.
May I speak to that?
Sure, go ahead, Millie.
Hi, thank you so much for having us. So I did just want to ensure we will make sure that there is an anti-graffiti coating that is placed on top of the mural once it's complete. And then moving on, we would love to have Hanif come back if necessary, as time goes on. So that is something that we do with our other murals throughout the state. And that is a very normal thing that we continue to maintain. Does that clarify?
I'd like to ask, what does that mean? You have an anti-graffiti, what do you have on? I don't know what you're speaking to.
So it's a clear coating that goes on top of the actual paint that's used for the mural. It's not reflective. It doesn't change colors or anything. Really what that is if somebody were to come and spray paint on top of it, or, if any other, material was thrown or spilled onto the mural, that theoretically the coating would protect it to where it could be rinsed off. Normally what we do is once the mural is complete, we put the coating on top, and then we also do that semi-annually or annually as needed. Does that kind of clarify a little bit more? I'm not really sure how else to describe it besides just a clear coating. So.
Millie, thank you very much. I completely understand.
Thank you.
I have one more question I'd like to ask the artist. And Mr. Mayor, could we see the participants attendees list? Because I wanted to see if, as the artist said, he thought that the husband of Jerry Los, he is on there. Yes, he's on there. Okay, so he'll talk in a minute. I wanted to ask the artist, because I was very surprised when I first saw this on Sunday evening while I was studying my packet, Jerry Los Sabado's face. I wanted to ask the artist, how did he know about Jerry Los Sabado?
Can you hear me? Am I back?
Yes.
Oh, okay. So my wife, she now works for the aquarium. But when we moved here, she was a journalist for the Monterey County Weekly. And so during her time there, she covered a lot of different things about, Feast of Lanterns, and interviewed Jerry Los Sabado quite a few times, and I believe wrote a few in-depth pieces about her work with the Feast of Lanterns and being an advocate for the Asian American community here. And so my wife really has always kind of looked up to Jerry and was a big proponent in getting the penguin named Jerry at the aquarium. There's a baby penguin named Jerry now. And so I've just kind of been in the, you know, in the sides, just talking and paying attention, you know. And so I just thought it would be appropriate and also pretty cool.
Thank you for that. That's all, Mr. Mayor, for now.
Beautiful that you've tied Marina into the Pacific Grove whole history. So it's a great unifying sort of across a few cities theme here. Really wonderful. Thank you.
Thanks.
So let's go to the public and we'll start off with Randy Sabato. Randy, if you wanted to say anything, we'd be happy to hear from you.
Yes, I do. Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear. Welcome.
Well, thank you. Good evening, Mayor Delgado, City Council members, and city staff. My name is Randy Sabato, and Jerry Lo Sabato, who passed away in 2021, was my wife. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on behalf of this mural. I recently learned about this project and was completely surprised, but also honored that the artist chose to paint this particular scene. I've spoken to my wife's sisters, our children, and members of the Chinese community who all enthusiastically support this mural. As many of you know, this last month was AAPI month, a month set aside to remember, honor, and celebrate the contributions of the AAPI community. On Saturday, May 13th, we held the 12th annual Walk of Remembrance attended by over 300 people to remember the burning of the Chinese village at Point Alonis in Pacific Grove, which occurred on May 6, 1906. The burning of the village, looting of the inhabitants' belongings, and ultimate eviction of the villagers is a culmination of a series of actions which resulted in the disruption of the Chinese community. This began with laws and regulations aimed at restricting the Chinese to fish during the day, outlawed the method they used to fish for squid, and made it difficult for them to make a living in an industry they first created. My wife struggled for 10 years to tell the story about the Fort Chinese village and to get an acknowledgement of the injustices that were committed. As a result of her work in 2016, she was awarded the Northern California ACLU Ralph B. Atkinson Award for Civil Liberties. Unfortunately, she died before she could witness the passing of an apology resolution and the cancellation of a culturally insensitive event in Pacific Grove. This was accomplished with the help of the community, including several Marina elected officials and many Marina citizens. Words cannot adequately express how proud and grateful I am for your help and support. It's a testimony to what a group of resolute people can do to make positive changes. This mural represents another step in the acknowledgement and recognition of the sacrifices and contributions that the AAPI community have and continue to make this community. It's a beautiful visual example and expression of Marina's commitment to the principles of diversity, equity, and inclusion. Thank you for your time and service to the community.
All right. Thank you so much, Randy, for sharing those thoughts and words with us. Anyone else like to speak at this time? Please raise your hand. Let's go to Mia Nguyen. Welcome back, Mia.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Thank you. I highly support this mural. I think it's beautiful and it's nice to see Asian influences and Asian murals in this city to represent our diversity. Thank you to the artist and thank you everyone who's involved with this project. Thank you.
Welcome, Jeff Markham.
Thank you, Mayor. I had a question for the artist about the type of paint that's going to be used, because sometimes it's hard to visualize, coming from a PowerPoint presentation to exactly how it's going to be rendered. And just a suggestion, maybe to try to emphasize the fishing village part of the mural a little bit more, because that's really an important part of history, and it seems like it's not as emphasized as I would hope it would be, but that's just my opinion. Thank you.
Was your first question, Jeff, the type of paint?
Yeah, the type of paint and exactly how it's going to be rendered, because that's an important part of how it's going to be visualized when it gets put onto the surface.
Okay, thank you, Jeff.
Am I still live?
We'll answer those questions, Jeff, as soon as public comment's over. Do you have more input, Jeff?
I do not.
Okay, thank you. All right, let's go to Grace Silva Santella. Welcome back, Grace.
Hello, Mayor and City Council. I think this is a fabulous, exciting piece of public art. I think it's important that we remember, unless I'm not remembering correctly, but our first public mural was a project by Friends of Marina Parks, Amy Tackett, and that is the amazing mural we have down at Gloria Jean Tate Park. And then recently, the Marina Youth Arts and other Marina leaders did a wonderful mural project in Vince DiMaggio Park. I think it's an octopus, not a squid, but it's fabulous. It's wonderful. It's exciting. And this now brings us into a third really beautiful piece of public art. And I'm excited to see the diversity of public murals we can have in Marina that will not only celebrate our different cultures, but more importantly, will celebrate artistic visions. And I think it's just going to be an exciting time for Central Marina. Maybe it's going to show up over on the South Marina side and future Marina Station, but this is exciting. So we go from Gloria Jean Tate Park to Vince DiMaggio Park to this building. It's exciting. Thank you.
That's great. Thank you, Grace. Anyone else wishing to comment? Now's the time to raise your hand. Okay, we'll close public comment. And Hanif and Millie, do you want to answer what type of paint is going to be used and how it might be how it is going to be rendered?
Sure. Can you hear me?
Yes, Hanif, go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, so I use generally for these, I use exterior, like a high quality exterior paint mixed in with, different, I mix it with Sealcrete and with Floetrol to get different flows, but the Sealcrete also allows the paint to really attach itself to the surface. And it provides a nice, robust, kind of protective layer inside the paint. So, and I do everything by brush generally. I may do some big kind of background colors with spray paint to just get to block off certain things, but then all the detail work I do with just different brushes, if that helps answer that question.
Hanif, do you want to talk about your emphasis on the village, not too much, not too little?
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. I definitely can pull out, the architecture of the buildings and the angles and kind of some of the details through different forms of shading and highlighting. I think that can, this image here it's kind of an early rendering of what the mural is going to look like ultimately. So, with some communication and some suggestions, I'd gladly kind of pull out features and, make other things pop.
So, Hanif, would you rather it emphasize the two people and the fish, the sardine, more than the village, or vice versa?
Well, the way that I would do it is kind of everyone can still be there, right? But how I would do it is just pull out some of these colors and some of the highlights by shading behind them, basically. So they'll look like they're kind of more in front of the sardine and the character on the left. And I think that can really punch out, the fishing village as its own unique character.
All right. Well, wonderful all around. Thank you. If we're going to go to Mayor Pro Tem Medina Dirksen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I can't see you, Hanif, but you're amazing as an artist and as a person, and I'm so pleased that we have some of your work here in our community. Just for a little bit of background, I was hoping you could share with this council where some of your work comes from. I know that you're in Eugene, not where it comes from, is where your art is located. And then I have some questions specifically about the mural itself. I just was hoping that you could share with this council. Marina is among other places in this country that have your work. So can you share a little bit about that?
Sure. Yeah. So currently, as far as public art, I guess do you want my history of
Well, you're in San City and Eugene.
Oh
is that
yeah,
right?
so here in town, in this region, I have I have a large whale that I painted with a couple very talented women on the side of the Reef Dispensary in Seaside. It's in 4 panels, and the whale is kind of going in and out of those panels. It's approximately 93 feet long. And that was commissioned by the Reef back in 2019. And then in 2020, I was a part of the first Sand City We Art Festival and painted a realistic, semi-realistic honeybee on the side of Fisk Paints there by Sweet Elena's and the gym that's right there. as
Oh,
well.
Ray, this guy did the big honeybee in Sand City.
Yeah. And
Oh, Bruce, you have to mute me.
And then I just recently finished a mural on in Seaside, also on Broadway at Counterpoint Coffee. That's this woman design. It was a design collaboration with the owner, and I just dove in and kind of did my thing with it. If you guys want to check that one out, and then I have one up in Eugene, Oregon, that I finished this last October. It's nature themed, and it's one of my characters, and there's all these different hidden animals. I recently was awarded the individual artist grant from the Arts Council of Monterey County, and my project is to paint a mural at the school my kids go to, which is International School, Monterey. So I'll be painting a big wall there this summer before the kids get back into school. And I'm also in the process of starting a mural over at Monte Vista Elementary School in Monterey. And that's another kind of nature themed, ocean themed mural with kelp forests and different animals and stuff.
Thank you for that. I think that was missing in this presentation, the fact that we have a really, really well-renowned local artist. That's the emphasis right there, local artists. So thank you for that. My eyes, this is going to be 3D, is that correct? Are my eyes playing tricks on me?
I mean, 3D is just a matter of perspective, no pun intended. But yes, I mean the railroad tracks are going to be kind of foreshortened into the background, and certain things are going to look like they're in front of other things. So if that's what you mean by 3D, then yeah.
Yeah, it just looks really cool. Will there be any explanation about this, about Jerry Sabato? Or is there anything included in the installation or the mural that's going to explain what this is?
At this point for on my end, this is how far we've gotten so far, is just to make the design. And if you know, if that is something that we can add, that would be lovely.
Yeah, I would perhaps to the applicant, the catalyst, it might be helpful. So there's some perspective. And last, well, actually second to last, is that your watermark, or is there going
Oh
to be?
yeah.
That's your watermark? Okay.
Yes, yeah. So but yeah, that's generally how when I work with clients, I send them the ideas with a watermark on them.
Okay. The last point is the utilities there. It just really draws my eyes there, and instead of onto Miss Sabato. I'm
Mhm.
just wondering, might the utilities be painted or something to complement, or perhaps Miss Sabato moving over to look to gaze into the eyes of the fishermen? It just
Yeah,
distracts me.
I think once we, you know, if we can get approval and get everybody's high five on moving forward, then the next part of the process would be kind of going to the site and bringing taking my own photos and bring my own iPad and everything, and kind of laying out exactly where we're going to put it. Right now, I took a photo, or I think I was sent a photo of the wall and just kind of designed on top of it. So once we move forward, then that's kind of where the boots on the ground work starts, if that makes sense. So we can, and that's when a lot of, we could change different things. I was considering making Jerry's likeness a little larger, and making the railroad workers likeness a tiny bit smaller, so they kind of balanced out a little bit as far as the weight goes on the two sides, so it really moves your eye around the composition.
So tonight, this is for city manager. We're approving the concept, and then the timeline is within how many days?
I don't think we have a specific timeline yet, do we?
I thought we were saying
60 days.
the mural done in the next 60 days. But yeah, Nick, yeah, he's the project planner. So.
And you're correct that this is basically the concept that you're proving, and we wouldn't want to tell the artist as he actually puts stuff there, he's going to tweak it how it works on the site, and I don't think we want to. He's far more better at that than our eyes are.
That's all I have, and I look forward to making the motion.
All right, let's go to Councilmember Vischer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I had the same question as Mayor Pro Tem Christina Medina Dirksen about a description of the artwork. I would love to see that included somehow. I don't know if it can be a sign with the sign ordinance, but at the least, I hope that the business will be prepared to post something inside their store and maybe print flyers for interested people. And maybe the city can now approve a sign.
That's completely within the realm of the council.
Okay, thank you. And I also think, and thank you very much, by the way, for this beautiful artwork. And I was glad to hear that you will decide about the exact location when you're on site, because yeah, you might be able to move it to the left a little bit away from the utility meters, and enlarging the face of Jerry Lowe Sabato makes sense to me. But you are the artist, so I'm always like, the artist is the expert here. So just thank you very much. I am excited about it, and I see that it will be brought back to council for the final design review and approval. No, is that wrong in there? Is this it?
This is it.
Okay, so then I was reading the staff report, but okay, so then I have no problem with that. I like what I see. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you. Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. I have quite a few comments, so bear with me. I'll try to stick to 5 minutes. I'm likely not to support any motion to approve this mural. And I'm hearing from the public and from this dais that there is probably general support. And so it's probably gonna be one of those issues where I'm maybe a lone vote, but I'd like you to really listen and hear why I'm digging deep morally to oppose this. First, all 3 dispensaries are located in or bordering my district. My district has the most diverse population of all the districts. We know that all 3 of these dispensaries are located near minority communities. We know that minority communities suffer the impacts of disparate health outcomes. We know that the data shows that communities located closest to dispensaries are more affected by the health outcomes of those dispensaries. Quite frankly, I think about my own mother, and I was actually really glad to see Mr. Sabato speak and show his support for it. But I think of my own family members, and I think what it would mean for them to be depicted on a liquor store or dispensary. And, you know, for the record, I supported the ordinance to allow dispensaries to be in Marina, and I still support that. I think consenting adults need a place to go to find means of recreation that they find appropriate for their bodies. But I do have concerns about, one, the mural being allowed at all. I helped write the language of the ordinance that the intent was to prohibit signs for some of these very reasons for the populations that they impact. And there's also a lot of research that these kind of signs, I mean, they draw attention, right? That's why we're doing it. We wouldn't be approving a mural if we weren't trying to draw attention. We want that. We want people to see this. It's beautiful. But the data shows that that attention also has impacts. It's associated with the facility that it's on, and it sends a certain message about that facility as well. Back in 2020, when I helped advocate for this language, we heard from people like American Lung Association, getting it right from the start. There was a PhD from that organization that spoke to the then council and shared why graphics and visual representations of this kind impacts the population. So I think it's a slippery slope. It wasn't the intent from my perspective of the language in the ordinance when it was created. We brought that language to the voters. The voters of Marina approved it. Yeah, so for those reasons, you know, I'm not likely to support it. I think I've said enough. I'm happy to answer any questions. But I think that's where I'm at right now. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Brian. Let's go to Councilmember Biala.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to ask the artist, and then I want to say a little bit more, but will he put his signature on it? I know that you have this stuff on it when you present, you know, for review by your client, but will you have your signature on the mural?
Yes, my signature will be exponentially smaller than the watermark that's there. I generally just do kind of a, you know, a little guy on the left or bottom right, just as a.
Great. Wonderful. I think you're becoming such a well-renowned artist that certainly I think you would be maybe recognized as the artist here in our case. And so thank you for that. And I want to say that visually this mural is just stunning, and it has your own specific artistic flavor on it. And I wouldn't want us from the dais to be dictating how you communicate your themes. And so I, for one, would like you to make changes that you would have done regardless of our comments, because I wouldn't, you know, I wouldn't want to influence your artistic viewpoints on any of this. But I want to let people know that that I really, unfortunately, didn't have anything to do with this mural. I was as surprised as probably anyone to get on my packet on Friday night and not having even looked at it until Sunday evening. And I was just stunned. I had no idea that this was being contemplated in this way. I remember the original conversation about the theme was railroad. And at that time, I didn't associate, which I should have, that the Southern Pacific Railroad here in particular were pretty much built by 90% Chinese laborers who were mistreated and also underpaid. And through their labors, we were able to get the connections for railroads to the West Coast. And so I had myself forgotten about their legacy when we heard about the railroad theme initially. And because we get the packets so late, and I was busy on the weekend, I saw this on Sunday night. So I reached out first, I researched the artist and I reached out to him frantically on Monday morning because the council is on Tuesday. And I found out a little bit more about Hanif, and he is an Asian American. He is half Filipino and half South Asian from Bengali. And I found out about some of how he envisioned this and how he even got to know Jerry Lo Sabado. Then I reached out to Randy Sabado and I said, were you part of this? And he said, no, I know Randy very well. And so all of this is trying to happen like in a day and a half because I was given no further notice, to even get my head around this beautiful work. But I do want to say that, this is something really special and so unexpected for me. And it really spoke to my heart when I saw this, and that this is so consistent with what I believe is Marina. When the Feast of Lanterns came before the Pacific Grove Council, half of the speakers were from Marina. Including many Asian Americans who spoke out against the cultural appropriations of this annual event that came replete with yellow face and taping of the eyes to make it slant. And, these kinds of things were part of this. And Jerry Lo Sabado worked for 10 years trying to get Pacific Grove to at least acknowledge the history of the Chinese fishing village. And she was unsuccessful until her death, her untimely death. And many of us worked very hard to see that this Feast of Lanterns was not permitted anymore in Pacific Grove. So that's the history, and it has ties to Marina because we were very involved in that issue that had to do with the peninsula residents and a peninsula city. So I'm very proud that we would support this kind of initiative here in Marina. I also wanted to ask Mayor Pro Tem if I could ask you a favor, if I could make the motion at the right time. Thank you very much.
All right. When I walked door to door to support the initiative to introduce cannabis, bring cannabis to Marina, I met cancer patients and pain patients and people that needed their stress to be reduced, people that had low appetites, so their doctors were telling them they needed bigger appetites. So if they recommended they use cannabis, they went to other communities to get it. So I think there's two sides to the coin. One of them is the health outcomes of low income, diverse community where they have a cannabis nearby they can walk to instead of having to drive to another city and use gas and all that. So I think there's two sides to that. And being in the back of a cannabis dispensary kind of gives it some disconnection from it. I think if it had a McDonald's sign on top of it or something else nearby, it would kind of just respect the art. But being that it's a rear wall that doesn't have any commercial sign within distance of it, I think it's a really good place. And if I was someone living in that community, I would think my community was enhanced by this artwork, and I would want it rather than a rather ugly wall that it replaces. I mean, that's just as drab as can be, but this art brings it to life and it helps bring the community to life. So I think it's a positive for the community where it's going, and it's a positive for the rest of the city. And we've heard tonight that the artists and the subjects family, the Jerry Lo Sabado's family is ecstatic about it. And I think that the community at large and the families in question and the history that this recognizes and appreciates is worth a lot. And otherwise, that history and that family and this great champion of Pacific Islander and Asian rights wouldn't otherwise be reflected in the city of Marina. So I'm really happy that it's come together. And I'm not an artist, but I'm drawn by the realistic depiction of Jerry Lo Sabado, even though she's smaller than the Asian representative railroad worker. And then I'm drawn to him by the size. So there's different reasons why I'm drawn to the railroad worker and the specific, Pacific Islander rights champion. I think it's a beautiful way of getting the eye to go both places using different means. But I agree with Kathy that, and I'm not trying to give any advice to Hanif, but it's just so beautiful. I just can't stop looking at it. All right, so let's go to a motion. Councilmember Viola? Sure, Mayor Pro Tem Dirksen?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No, I just want to acknowledge Councilmember McCarthy's concerns. I hear you, and I'm sorry that you have the feelings that this may have some negative connotation. But I also think, on the other hand, I mean, it is nothing really to do with the business itself. Art provokes conversation, and it provokes ideas. So I just want to make the point that this is a statement from what I'm looking at. It's a statement from our community to everyone who passes through Marina, and the rail cars are right across the street, the hand car, and it's going to be we're going to be hearing about another project coming up after this conversation. So I think it's kind of in the heart. It's going to become part of our center of our community. So I acknowledge your concerns, and I appreciate that you brought them. However, I really support this beautiful piece of work. Just had to tell you that.
Okay, Councilmember Viola?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion that the council approve the Pacific Roots mural at 3100 Del Monte Boulevard and concur with staff recommendations.
I will second that.
No comments before we go to a vote or questions? Right, all in favor, please say aye.
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 All opposed, please say no.
With a heavy heart and following the science, no.
All right. Thank you to everyone involved with this. Millie, Sharif, it's a pleasure to have you with us tonight. And thank you, Nick and Guido, for working with Catalyst Pacific Roots. And thanks to everyone in that business who was helping do this. It was your idea to do this, I believe, and we appreciate that very much.
You're welcome, but Nick actually was the project planner, so we want to acknowledge his work. So.
There we go. Thank you. Clicker. Great. Carl Sidorik, I'm the CEO for the Monterey Salinas Transit District. Thank you, Mayor, Council, staff. It's my pleasure to be invited here to kick off the presentation. I'm going to do just a quick introduction of who MST is, a little bit about how we serve our community. And my colleague, Lisa Reinheimer, will be getting into the nuts and bolts of the project, as she is the project lead at MST on this. So I'm really excited to be here talking to you today. This month I'm celebrating my 35th year in the public transit industry, the last 23 here in Monterey County. And I can tell you that we've been talking on and off about this project initially since 2003 was the first time the concept was proposed about running buses along the Monterey branch line. And, we went forward in fits and starts. And then I think around 2014-ish, we really started to get serious about this project becoming real. A little bit about MST. Our vision is to connect communities, create opportunity while being kind to our planet. And this project achieves all those objectives. Our values that we operate under are safety, friendliness, dependability, diversity, and achievement. And I think we can stick to all those through this project as well. So where am I pointing here? Computer? Push the button. Which button? Yeah, that was the one I was hitting. There we go. Oh, yep. There we go. There's a little pause. Very good. Okay, very good. So in 2022, MST carried 1.9 million passengers on our services. We serve primarily very vulnerable members of our population, providing them mobility, access to jobs, access to education, access to healthcare that they may not normally get because they may not have access to their own private vehicle. I'll just tell you that was as of June 30th, 2022. We're quickly heading into June 30th, 2023, and I can tell you this year, we're probably going to exceed that number by about another 250,000 passenger trips. We're seeing a rebound from the past 3 years of COVID. So we've already hit the 1.9 million mark by the end of May, and we're going to probably have another 250,000 trips this month.
Carl, what was your number before COVID?
We were at about 4.5 million passengers per year. So we are coming back and about a 15% jump this year. And as employment and as college student enrollment comes back, those are still down from previous years, we will continue to see increased ridership. Those have been our primary riders, low-income workers in hospitality, ag, and then our college student populations have been, and those are starting to rebound, and we're preparing to grow with that. We employ about 230 employees at MST who live in the community, in all of our communities. We cover an area of over 159 square miles with 33 different lines serving everywhere from as far south as Paso Robles. In October, we'll be returning services as far north as Gilroy and then to Watsonville and through all the communities that are within Monterey County. Real quickly, we'll give that a pause. Yeah, we have an operating budget of about close to $60 million and about another $16 million of capital. Most of that is set aside for our bus replacements, our transition to zero emission buses, battery electric, hydrogen fuel cells as we transition to 100% zero emission fleet over the next 15 or so years. The interesting thing is that that money that we spend in the community results in over another 100 million, about $110 million of indirect and induced spending within the community. So it's more than just us paying our drivers. We also are paying contractors in the community. We work with minority business enterprises, small business enterprises, women-owned business enterprises. That induces their spending. And so there is a large economic impact that we have within Monterey County as well, within our communities that we serve. Our vision, regional vision, as I mentioned, connecting communities, creating opportunity, and being kind to our planet also applies to our future of bus rapid transit. What bus rapid transit is in concept is getting buses to move more quickly by using a variety of technologies, giving them their own lanes, traffic signal coordination, traffic signal prioritization, traveler information, connectivity with other modes of transit, be it bicycle, taxi cab, Uber, transportation network companies, making all of your transportation work seamlessly together. That's part of our vision. And if you see where we've implemented the Jazz, we're proposing here and talking today about the Surf, and then a future line through the Alisal corridor, through Salinas via the Marina to Salinas multimodal corridor onto the East Alisal corridor in East Salinas. and all the way down to King City. Why are we looking at that? Frankly, the 4 routes that we're talking about, the Jazz, the Surf, which includes our current line 20 that runs between Salinas and Monterey, the line 41 that goes through the Alisal corridor, and the line 23 are our highest ridership routes. They carry 60% of our riders on just those of the 30 routes that we have. Those 4 routes carry 60% of our riders. So we want to make that service as efficient, as frequent, as friendly as we possibly can to encourage more ridership on those routes and provide more opportunities and to reduce traffic congestion and the attendant pollution. So a little bit about Marina and where it falls in this, just to give you some facts about transit ridership in Marina. The line 20, that is really the focus of the initial focus of the SURF, providing a bus bypass a lane along Highway 1 between Marina and Sand City for those buses that are traveling from Salinas all the way into Monterey. That's between our second and third highest ridership route every month. It vies between the line 41 and the Alisal and the line 20 between Salinas to Marina to Monterey. They vie for second place in and out every month. You never know which one's going to come out on top. But 1 out of every 4 riders on the line 20, that is our focus of our surf, start their trip in Marina. So, and Marina as a population uses transit to a higher degree than its percent of population would lead you to believe with the county. You have a higher percentage of our passengers start their trips in Marina than as a percentage of the population within the county. So you already have a high usage of transit, a high folks, a great number of people depending on transit who are using it today. So what we hope to do, some of the elements you can see here with the Jazz bus rapid transit project that we kicked off 10 years ago, hard to believe, 35 years flies pretty quick. But we implemented the Jazz bus rapid transit 10 years ago this year between the aquarium, along the Lighthouse corridor, and along the Fremont corridor through Seaside and into Sand City, making upgrades to the traffic signal coordination prioritization. What you see here is a bus lane, a special stop with customer information, and a special light that provides an 8-second jump for that bus. That bus gets its own light before everybody else, so it can get out ahead of traffic. So the people riding on the bus actually can get to their destination quicker than those who are riding singly in their cars. And we'll be applying many of these same technologies and then go out one further with the SURF bus rapid transit by having a busway parallel Highway 1 between Marina and Sand City. And I will stop there and get into the details with Lisa Reinheimer, who will tell you a little bit about the history of the corridor that we're operating in and the details of our project. Thank you.
Thanks, Carl. Good evening. Lisa Reinheimer, Assistant General Manager for Monterey Salinas Transit. I've been in transit and transit planning for the last 23 years, 9 of which have been with MST. And I have a master's degree in public administration and an undergraduate degree in environmental conservation with a policy focus. So my family and I actually live about 3 blocks from here, and we chose Marina because it's really, for us, at the heart of everything. We can get to our favorite locations, the bike path, the beach, Lock Padden Park. We were just there a couple weekends ago helping to pull out some huge radishes. We can get to Fort Ord Dune State Park, of course, and you know, the local and diverse restaurants that are here locally make this place an incredible gem. So we really love being here and being part of this community. So today I hope to share with you how this generational investment in transit helps to address a number of issues: environmental justice, global climate change, and our shared vision for the future of mobility in Marina and in our region. So Carl mentioned the SURF project, and I'm sorry, Carl mentioned the Jazz Project, and the Surf Project continues that northbound, largely within the rail corridor that's publicly owned by the Transportation Agency for Monterey County. And just a little bit about the history of the rail corridor. Obviously, there was discussion about it at the last item beginning in 1880. That's probably that first picture. The Monterey branch line has been a transportation corridor for the last 140 years, linking San Francisco to the Monterey Bay, Del Monte Hotel, Pebble Beach, et cetera. And in 1971, that passenger rail service ended, largely in part due to the popularity of the private automobile and governmental investment in transportation like roads and highways. By the mid-90s, the Union Pacific had abandoned the branch line. And in 2003, the Transportation Agency for Monterey County purchased the branch line from Castroville to Seaside using Proposition 116 funds, which were specifically designated for use on public transit projects only. So it couldn't be used for anything else. And after that, TMC studied the option of bringing light rail back to Monterey County, but in 2014 abandoned that option, recognizing the fact that it's a huge investment and the funding sources to support that investment were largely gone. So since then, TMC has supported bus rapid transit service with the voter approved Measure X program, $15 million to help leverage state and federal funds. Furthermore, in 2018, MST looked at a number of options. We conducted a feasibility study to see how we could get our buses through the Highway 1 congestion faster and more efficiently for our passengers. And we looked at taking over the Caltrans Rec Trail. We looked at operating buses on the shoulder of Highway 1. We looked at HOV lanes, high occupancy vehicle lanes on Highway 1, and also looked at using part of the branch line for busway. And we concluded that use of the rail line was going to be the most cost-effective and strongest performer in terms of the other options that we looked at. So in the 2018 study that we conducted, okay, now I'm having trouble with this, thank you. We reviewed traffic data using cell phone data, big data to analyze traffic congestion issues, and speeds can slow pretty far down on the miles per hour. They can reach as little as 9 miles per hour at really congested times. In 2017, Caltrans issued a transportation concept report for Highway 1 and found that between 2014 and 2040, traffic congestion is going to get worse, and that it'll get 18% increase in traffic along, especially the portion between Lightfighter and the Fremont, California, and Monterey, Del Monte intersection. So, you know, it's not going to get any better. And this isn't just a traffic inconvenience. There were 45 incidents, traffic collisions in 2018 between Marina and Lightfighter, 6 of which were injury accidents and 2 of which unfortunately were fatal accidents. So according to Streets blog, moving your trip onto public transportation is 60 times more safe than driving your car alone. Okay, so let's get into some of the details of the SURF project. Okay, I clearly need help with this. Thanks, Matt. So launching from the 2018 feasibility study, we began
Excuse me,
our,
Lisa?
yeah,
I have to interrupt because at 10 o'clock, we have to vote to extend the meeting.
okay.
Would someone like to make a motion?
I'll make the motion that we extend until the end of this matter, unless there's something.
I'll second for purpose of discussion. Staff, how about the rules and procedures? That's probably can wait.
Yeah, that can definitely wait. The sister city is kind of important to get to that one tonight.
Because we pulled that.
I pulled that. Yeah, so why don't we extend until 10:30?
Okay, second holds. All in, Councilmember Viola, did you have input?
No, I was just gonna say what Lane said.
All right. All in favor, please say aye.
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 All opposed, please say no. That passes unanimously. Thank you, Lisa. Please continue.
Thank you. So launching from that 2018 study, we, and the funding, of course, approved in the Measure X program, we began our preliminary engineering and environmental design work. We hired Kimley Horn. They're a consulting firm that has a lot of experience with busways and BRT projects, bus rapid transit projects. And they also have local knowledge here because many of them live here locally. So the team took our bikes out and rode Beach Range Road at that first initial site visit so we could get a sense of actual conditions on the ground, and found that a lot of the area of the rail line is kind of tucked sort of away from views of both Beach Range Road and also from the highway. And because the rail tracks are above grade where the busway is going to be going, the visual impacts were practically nothing. So we're happy to take a look at the project on site and get a sense for how this project would impact other users. So I should just say next. Just one back. Yeah. Okay. So this project has two components. First, the busway construction sort of infrastructure components, and that's the exclusive busway between Marina and Sand City seaside area. There will be traffic signal prioritization and coordination so that buses can flow more smoothly through mixed flow traffic, extending green. There's a mile plus of bicycle and pedestrian connections. There's a roundabout, there's a 5th Street station and a mobility hub there, a roundabout at California and Highway 1 in Sand City. And finally, everything is themed with a surf look so that it's coordinated and cohesive. Next. Thank you. So here I have a pointer, but I don't think it works on TV. So I'll just have to walk you through this. This is the area in Del Monte is to the lower part, Palm is to the right. This is the area where we currently have a bus stop. It's one of our highest ridership stops. So we're putting in a new stop here. The red components here are the busway. We'll have gates so that only buses can go through, but there is a turnaround in case somebody accidentally gets in there. We've coordinated with your emergency services so that there's, if for some reason they need to get through, there's an ability for your emergency crews to get through on the busway. We've also extended the Beach Range Road Trail. That's the portion that you see in green, making a better connection for the people who live on the west side. Next. This is the important part, I think, in some of the feedback that we've received from the community. Here, we're extending the Beach Range Road in those green sections to the area where most people are actually using the Beach Range Road recreational trail. What I see out there is people crossing to the west side of the railroad tracks and getting on that sort of access road to the water treatment plant to then continue on their trip up Beach Range Road. So we thought we'd make that connection permanent. And originally we were going to close off permanently the connection between the Caltrans Rec Trail and Beach Range Road connection that you currently see underneath the highway. But after meeting with city officials and the community, it's very clear that there was a need to keep a connection. So we've moved it to the north 900 feet so it aligns with the Rain Dollar crossing. And at Rain Dollar, the new Rain Dollar crossing, we're upgrading that crossing for ADA standards so that folks can get through there more easily. Next slide, please.
So Lisa,
Mhm.
how then would people cross the surf line to get to the west side of the railroad?
At Rain Dollar.
Yeah, so how does that work?
Can I point on the screen? Okay. Oh, I can do that. Perfect. Can you hear me? Okay. Your staff are great. So here's where that connection currently exists. We're moving it all the way to Rain Dollar right here. Right now, when you go across the street, there's sort of a bulb, like a barrier that, so if you're crossing, you come into a barrier and then you go around that barrier and cross over. So now what you do to cross, instead of here, you're crossing here. This piece in here is a pedestrian connection to the new trail. This gray area here is the busway. So instead of crossing here, you're crossing right here,
So how do you walk across the busway?
right here.
So if the bus is coming, you wait for it?
Oh, no, we'll stop.
So there'll be like a stop, like a light that you push. They say, hey, I want to walk across here, and the bus will see that and they'll stop, or just the driver is looking for you?
Yeah, no, we can certainly work out those details. What we had in mind is that this would be a stop for buses and warning signs for pedestrians.
So a bus sign for vehicles.
Yeah.
So that pedestrians could walk across, a stop sign for vehicles. So
Yes.
the pedestrians can walk across.
Yes.
So even if there was no pedestrian there, the bus would stop?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Safety is our number one priority, and we do it in everything that we possibly can when we plan projects like this. We involve a cross-departmental communication to make sure that these things are designed in a way that we're, protecting safety.
So you'll close off the existing one and put
Yes.
the new one 900 feet to the north?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. So on the Fifth Street Station area, this is property that was transferred over to MST. It's publicly owned. It was transferred from the Army through that whole transfer process. And it was dedicated for public benefit, but further, we had requested that transfer for a transit station. So here what you'll see is a bike repair station, a bike storage station, an opportunity for bike share, e-share options, a true mobility hub where there's pickup and drop off for people who want to use the bus. There's a park and ride. There are also electric vehicle charging stations for buses only. And here the bicycle trail is maintained. It's moved a little bit, but it connects also to First Avenue. Rather than going all the way up to 8th Street, you can connect onto First Avenue across MSD property. And then afterwards, it continues south into another jurisdiction. So I thought I'd just leave that there. One of the things I did want to mention is at this Fifth Street Station, we're connecting to the VA DOD clinic, to CSUMB, to the Dunes developments. There's a lot of activity going on there with low-income housing, and then also connects to your future arts village, which is just to the north of us, if that's still what you're doing. Okay, so the second component is the bus rapid transit service. One back, please. And this consists of frequent service every 15 minutes during the weekdays and every 30 minutes during the weekends. It'll include real-time bus arrival information. We've had that available to our customers since 2016. You can use an app, you can text us, phone us, online maps. It gives next bus arrival information via GPS on our buses. So people don't have to wait around. They can, know when the next bus is coming. And since 2021, we've had a contactless fare payment option for people where that same card that you use, credit, debit, e-wallet, that has the contactless symbol, now you can use that same card that you paid for your groceries or your cup of coffee, same card, come on board the bus and you tap and use that same card. And then similar to train service, we'll have level boardings. That's where, people can easily get onto the bus, whether they're using a wheelchair or their mom, dad with a stroller, easily get onto the bus without having to make a step up. And then the best part is that we're using zero emission vehicles exclusively on the busway. And the remaining fleet is going to be transitioning to zero emissions by 2040. So the service that goes on or connects to the SURF are 7 lines. You can go to the next one. And you can see those here. Approximately 25% of Monterey County's population will have access to a line that either connects to or goes directly on the SURF project. So it's a big impact for our communities. Next slide. So Carl talked a little bit about ridership. I wanted to pull this information for you just so you have some specifics. So in my mind, Marina is the perfect example of a community that's doing everything right in terms of the mix of housing, the types of housing, the densities to support ridership. And in turn, we're supporting your developments in past, present, and future with that service where people actually don't really need to always have a car. They don't have to necessarily abandon their car. We can be there for them for any number of purposes, which I'll get into. And one of the criticisms we've received is that, well, we don't know what ridership is, but we publish that information monthly in our monthly reports. And to count passengers, we use an automatic passenger counter. It's on all of our buses. It counts when somebody gets on the bus, counts when somebody gets off the bus. These counters are certified by the National Transit Database, and we report that ridership to them very often. So to predict future ridership, what we are required to do is use a Federal Transit Administration approved model called Simplified Trips on Project, or STOPS model, to forecast future ridership. So we use that for this project to estimate the more than 600,000 riders that will use this SURF in year 1. And that will just grow over time. So that model is used to justify federal spending. So let's talk about, in the next slide, the reasons why people use transit. It's the most popular reason why people are using transit is for work. Makes a lot of sense. In 2019, the Monterey County Hospitality Association surveyed its workers from the hospitality industry, and they found that 14% of them live in the city of Marina. And more often than not, our transit riders either don't have a car, don't have access to the one car that's available in the household, or are unable to drive. So they're using transit to go about their business. The second reason is for shopping, especially for those on a fixed income. Getting around by public transit is really important so they can go to shopping, healthcare, or visit family and friends. Then school, getting to higher education and to just general school is another reason people use transit. We have a partnership with Hartnell, MBC, and CSUMB. All of them get free transit through their enrollment through a partnership that we have with each of those colleges. And in fact, Marina teens can get to the new pump track using MST buses. All of our buses have bike racks that they can use. In fact, on one trip I was taking from Monterey to Marina on the line 20, there were a bunch of teenagers with skateboards. This was before the pump track. A bunch of teenagers with skateboards, and I overheard them chit-chatting about their adventures and why they came to Marina is because near Los Arboles, of course, that there's a skate track, and it's apparently to teenagers the best one in the region. So Marina's doing something right. Finally, I did want to mention some other reasons: healthcare, visiting friends, recreation. I mean, they're all different reasons. They're as complex as humans are as to why people are using transit. I use it often when I need to put my car into the shop. And transit service in our community is more than just the rider on the bus too. This is the last point I'd like to make on this slide, is that we support working families where maybe their senior adult needs to go to adult daycare so they can go to work, or their teenager needs to get to high school so they can go to work. In fact, I have a friend who has here in Marina who has a brother-in-law that uses a wheelchair, and they use the MST Rides program to get that person to healthcare appointments and what have you, so they can go to work. So it's more than the sum of its parts. Marina residents, like Carl said, west of the rail line actually use transit twice as much as other areas. Okay, so let's transition to global climate change. And I would say that public transit is the antidote to greenhouse gas emissions. The single most effective thing a person can do is switch their car use to public transportation, even if it's just one day a week. That's a pretty effective tool you have to reduce GHG. And the more people ride, the more GHG is reduced. So how do we get more people on public transit? Make it frequent. We're doing that with the SURF project. Make it reliable. We're trying to get people through that corridor more quickly, and make it fast. So all of these things we're doing with the SURF project to make transit more attractive and easier to get around. Here are some few stats that we jump the gun, that we put together as part of our initial study environmental work. Over 500,000 fewer car trips, 1,500 acres equivalency of forests saved, 2.7 million vehicle miles traveled reduced, and all with the benefit of the quieter zero emission buses along the corridor. So I would just say that this project is a generational leap forward in terms of modernizing and keeping pace with more advanced transit systems within the United States, but also around the world.
Lisa, is this slide Surfline specific or MST in general?
That is Surfline specific. In our environmental review, we did a traffic analysis, and this is from the traffic analysis. It was 1,200 metric tons of GHG saved, and that doesn't really mean that much to people. So I converted it using EPA's calculator to 1,500 acres of trees. I think that's more understandable from a layperson's perspective. Okay, so getting towards the end here, we've had a lot of public outreach. Next slide, please. And from the beginning, we've sought that input, and we've been wanting to get the feedback to make this project the gem that it can be. We've attended more than 100 plus meetings. There have been 2,600 attendees at those. It's been anywhere from farmers markets to public meetings, city council meetings, et cetera. And we've had a lot of positive feedback, and we have an endorsement package that I'm going to hand out afterwards that includes support from state parks, from our local delegation, Assemblymember Robert Rivas, Senator John Laird, too many to name, but Landwatch, Monterey Bay Aquarium, the Unified School District, et cetera. There is a project video, a simulation that you can view. I'm not going to go through it today. It's about 5 minutes, and it gives you a sense of the entire corridor. Okay, so next, that would be the video, but we're not going to do that. It's on our website. So our project budget total, including everything from planning, environmental to construction, is $66 million. And that Measure X funding of $15 million was able to leverage all of the funding that we needed for the project. So we're fully funded. We were able to get 2 significant grants, one at the state level and one at the federal level. And this project, when you think about it as a whole, is $66 million, but all the economic impact, the induced spending that will happen is really about creating well-paying jobs, skilled and trained workforce jobs, totaling over 300 million economic injection into our community. And I would say also that all of the funding that we've identified here is earmarked specifically for this project and cannot be used on anything else except this project. Okay, last two slides. The project schedule, we've done quite a bit. We've cleared our environmental, and that included California and federal. We've completed 35% design, completed our mitigation plans. So there's a lot of work that's been done, but there's still a lot of work that needs to be done. We're currently going through the permitting phase. We've submitted a coastal development permit application to the Coastal Commission in their original jurisdiction area. And we'll be working with your staff and Sand City staff on processing through your local coastal program in the next few months. And to make this project as effective and efficient as possible, we've hired a construction manager general contractor firm to help us through the delivery. So normally what you do, and thank you to your Public Works Director for helping us go through that RFP process, but normally what you do is you design, bid, and build a project. What we're doing is we're designing with the contractor on board at 65% design, so they have a contractor's perspective on the project, so we can work out issues now and hopefully eliminate the majority of potential change orders that would happen during the construction phase. So we expect project to construction piece to last 18 to 24 months. We're going to try to narrow that down as much as possible. But the big news that your council member Fisher had announced earlier on is that we have our surf fair, transit fair and family fun day on Saturday. It should be loads of fun. We're going to have a zero emission vehicle there. We'll have a tour. There will be food. There will be other partners also there talking about, some of the great work that they do, such as Landwatch. But importantly for this project, there will be design renderings. We're putting together the final Slido to help us inform us about what retaining walls should look like or what landscaping should look like, and a number of different options. So we need your help. We need the community's help to narrow down some of these details that we have. I mean, we'll put something on the plans, but we don't necessarily know what color it's going to be or which particular type of plant it's going to be. So we would love to have you all there to help us work out those details. And then finally, I just wanted to conclude by remembering that the vision for this project is connecting communities, creating opportunity, and being kind to our planet. And I'll end with a quote from the late, great civil rights leader, Elijah Cummings, who said, "Our transportation decisions determine much more than where roads or bridges or tunnels or rail or transit lines will be built. They determine the connections and barriers that people will encounter in their daily lives, and thus how hard or easy it will be for people to get where they need and want to go."
Great presentation, Lisa and Carl. Thank you very much. Let's go to Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. First, can I make a motion? We extend to 11. We're clearly not going to get through this. I'd like to make that motion if I can get a second.
Any comments on the motion before we vote? All right, all in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, please say no. Okay, motion passes.
Second, if I may, are we pretty much on questions? Are we doing it kind of how do we want to do this? Okay. Okay, so I do have a couple questions, but I do want to acknowledge that Councilmember Vischer and I are kind of Brown Act buddies on this issue. So we have discussed and we've met with Carl, Lisa, and Mr. Todd Muck, the executive director from TAMC, who's in the virtual audience today. And I just want to acknowledge how incredibly responsive and willing to answer questions and engage with the community that they've been. So thank you for that. Quick question. I just want to clarify. So the line 20 is the idea that it'll still start in Salinas and go all the way to Sand City. It's just that so somebody would travel from Salinas to Sand City without changing buses. when the surf line is in
They would
operation?
travel from Salinas to Monterey
To Monterey without
Right.
changing buses?
without changing buses.
So even though the surf line is just that section, it's,
The busway allows them to bypass the traffic along Highway 1 at the choke point. But the
Okay.
route will stay, the origin and destination point will stay the same. We will have the intermediate stop at the Fifth Street Station will be added for those who want to make a different connection, maybe to the dunes or to the VADOD or to the state park or something like
okay, awesome. And I didn't mention earlier, Councilmember Vischer and I actually have a meeting scheduled tomorrow with you folks. So, and a lot of my questions tomorrow are going to have to do with fences, but since we're here, it's not lost on me that we've talked about fencing, but there hasn't been a single design kind of iteration of what that fencing might look like. Is there, do we know what that fencing will look like? It'll have to be a certain height. I mean, what's the intent of the fencing?
That's still a question up in the air. And again, we want to get feedback from the community. We recognize that the area between Palm and Del Monte to the overpass is in the city's downtown vitalization plan. So we want to make sure that whatever we do there, whether it's a wrought iron fence or no fence, that it's in line with what the city envisions for our community. There are going to be, however, some areas where we're going to need to channelize people and we're going to need to prevent them from just nilly-willy crossing in areas where people are congregating. We're going to need them to stay within a certain area. So we'll use, the feedback from you all and the community to figure out those details. In some ways, I feel like, the questions people are asking in terms of detail are like, okay, we're going to build a house and we know it's going to be 2 stories, but I want to know what type of light fixture you're going to use or what paint color you're going to use. Well, we're not there yet. Bring us some feedback. Tell us what you want.
Okay, and I definitely look forward to getting into that feedback. My big concern is permeability and access. Last question before I turn it over, because I didn't grow up here, I see the fencing that is existing, and I assume that it's because that was the military establishment on that side, and a lot of that fence existed because that was actually military property on the west side of that. Is that a fair assumption? Do we know, or?
I don't know the answer to that. It could be the military, it could be the Union Pacific, it could be Caltrans. We're just kind of right in the middle of all that.
trains take a half-mile to stop. So there are actually federal regulations that require them to have fencing. We're not that. So, we want to put fences where it makes sense from a safety standpoint, but not build them where they're not needed.
Okay. That's it. The questions for me, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm gonna see if I can just ask questions as we have been instructed to do. So let me see. All right. I don't know if you can answer this, but it is quite alarming to know that during COVID, you went from 4.5 million riders to 1.9 million. And of course, some things that have impacted our society as a whole because of COVID may not rebound as you categorized it, and nobody can say for sure. But have you had some discussions about what kind of impacts might be permanent in terms of ridership?
It's a little soon to tell at this point. We're still only operating at about 70% of the service levels that we were operating pre-COVID. A lot of that has to do with attracting drivers. We have a class of about 8 or 9 drivers starting next week, so that's a good thing. I can tell you today, we have standing room only loads between Marina and Monterey. So the demand is there. The demand is growing. We are doing better than many of our peers. You hear a lot of hue and cry from the San Francisco Bay Area in particular. That's not been our experience. Our workers are different. We don't have necessarily the high-tech workers who are now able and choosing to work from home or work from anywhere. We have a lot of service workers who have to be hands-on at their job in the service industry. And it's really about attracting those workers back, and housing is key to that, and housing that is affordable for service workers, some of the projects that you're working on here and in other communities as well. Really, when we can get the service workers back, it's my estimation, based on my experience, that our ridership will be back.
Okay. Thank you for that. And I know you're touting 100% zero emission buses, but you're saying that your current fleet is not going to convert to zero emission until 2040. So how many buses is that will we have to wait 17 years before we get zero emissions?
We have a fleet of 162 buses. 88 or so of those are the big buses that we will be converting first, because there is a market there for them. They're available. We have to get the funding for those. And then the smaller buses, the other remaining fleet, are the small mini buses. We're still waiting for the technology and the market to deliver those buses to us. So all of the buses, though, on the SURF at day one will be 100% zero emission buses. And we have the financial wherewithal. We don't have to wait for grants for those buses. We will have those buses ready by day one, because we have the funding there. It's in the bank, ready to go.
Oh, thank you.
That's
very
so
reassuring.
there is no question about the zero emission buses on the SURF line being here and available. The financing is there. It's in our capital improvement program. No question about it.
Great, wonderful, thank you. And then you talked about what's been completed, the California and federal environmental issues have completed. And of course, if you count in our LCP and the Coastal Commission, then the environmental issues are not on that, but those are big hurdles. And we have our LCP, which we're updating. Do you come to Marina first before you go to the Coastal Commission for the CDP, correct?
We started with the Coastal Commission first because we anticipated that that would take the longest. But we're going to be working with your staff in the next few months to start that process with the City of Marina.
Oh.
We wanted to air out some of the issues that the Coastal Commission would have first, so we get a sense of where they were at. And we've been working with Guido.
That's interesting. I don't know, maybe our city manager can speak to that, but it seems like we would be first and then Coastal Commission. I mean, if they proved it, but we didn't, then there's something awry there, but maybe I'm mistaken.
So the challenge was there are 3 different areas. And so who goes first is the question. I suspect if we were to apply to the city today, we would be through the process well before the Coastal Commission. They just take long.
Yeah, but we really haven't talked to permitting, but sometimes in these projects, when you have multi jurisdictions, you'll have someone be take the lead on that project. And a lot of times we'll sign off and have the Coastal Commission take the lead on that project. Again, I'm not sure if we've had that discussion with them yet, or if Guido has.
Yeah, we've been speaking with the MST staff, and there's potential to do a combined coastal permit, but those are just some of the options we've been kicking around. So.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your answers.
Mayor Pro Tem Medina Dirksen.
Thank you both for this presentation. I'm very happy to see you here in Marina. There's a lot of interest about this project. I'm going to start with taking a look at your bus schedules between here and the Palm and the Sand City. It's usually between, depending on the time, like about an average about 20 minutes. Later in the evening, it's less. So what amount of time is going to be shaved off as a result of this during some of those peak times?
It's largely dependent on the traffic congestion conditions. At the worst times, we'll shave off easily 10, 15 minutes. in the less congested times. We won't get to those numbers, but certainly getting our buses out of the general traffic flow on Highway 1, I would imagine would be a benefit to the rest of the commuters on Highway 1.
I guess that's what I was getting at, between Palm and Sand City. During those peak times, the morning hours and the evening hours, do you have an estimation of, there won't be any traffic congestion because once this is built, you'll have exclusive use
Yes.
of the line, is that correct?
Yes. Yeah, so like, for example, the most congested time of Highway 1 commute is 7:30, 8 o'clock. We have buses that go through at that time. And depending on the level of delay at that particular time, we can shave off a bus passenger's commute compared to a car, 10 to 15 minutes. In the evening, when there's no traffic congestion, obviously it's not going to be the same type of delay. But remember, we're connecting at Marina at the 5th Street station and the former Fort Ord. So we're making other connections that are important for people too. The VA/DoD clinic, CSUMB, hopefully this future Marina Arts Village.
Thank you.
Just clarifying questions. Which are very few.
Standing room only, how many people is that? And have you had to kick people?
Christina, that's not.
He did mention standing room only.
There's lots of questions, but these are supposed to be,
Okay, sorry.
because we're trying to get to public comment. We already lost one person. So if there's no more clarifying questions, we'll come back for general questions and let's go to public comment now. Mia, welcome back.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, loud and
Okay,
clear.
great. Hi. So I actually have a few questions. First, you indicated that there's about 5,000 to 6,000 Marina resident riders. Can you provide more detail as to how you came about with that number? Because whenever I drive, I look into the buses and I look at the bus stations and I don't see many people there. I see a couple people waiting here and there. Then the other thing is, can you specifically explain the benefit to the city of Marina in this project? Just the city of Marina only. Because I know that you've provided a lot of big numbers, right, of the benefits in general, multi-millions, jobs, lots of jobs, this and that. But I would like to, understand more how this project would benefit Marina residents. As a disclaimer, I've grown up in Europe and I'm very familiar with public transportation and the efficiency and the benefits of them. And I'm a big supporter of public transportation. What have a hard time understanding is the benefit of having a separate route installed next to walking paths, next to a beautiful rail track that can be used in the future to get a tourist into the city of Marina. I don't understand how these numbers are coming about, where numbers of ridership increase, changes from 500,000 to 600,000. And it seems like slide to slide, it kind of contradicts how many riders you're going to see increased by. I've done some research before this call. I looked at the final project by CDM Smith in 2018. I'd like to highlight page 21, where there was a claim that this would save 449,000 annual ridership at a cost of 5 million. So, I'd like to get more explanation on that. On page 152, the benefit of this 6-mile route that is going to cost about 66.1 million is 3.4 minutes time savings. That's right, 3.4 minutes per that report. So I'd like to get more clarification on that. Page 164, it says there's a significant environmental impact for this project option compared to a side lane on Freeway 1. So I'd like to understand why this project was chosen and not the side lane. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mia. Let's go to Denise Turley. Welcome back, Denise. And if Denise is having trouble, we'll come back to her later. Hello, Denise.
Sorry. The mute thing's, anyway, it's slower than it used to be for what it's probably a connection issue. Thank you for this presentation. I always learn something, even though I've heard about this before. A couple points that I want to make is that there are people that should not be driving, as in excluded by their doctor for a valid medical reason, who love and enjoy your service. My mother was one of those, and you served her fabulously for the last years of her life and made her life more enjoyable as she could get to the pool and other places that she needed to go. Thank you for continuing this service and for trying to help cut down the travel time. We have a friend who lives right at Palm who must use the bus because he is epileptic and his commute to Home Depot now is an hour and a half each way. Anything you could do to speed that up would be greatly appreciated by all of us. Thank you for coming to our meeting this evening. I'm done.
Thank you very much, Denise. Let's go to Jeff Markham. Welcome, Jeff.
Thank you, Mayor Delgado. Thanks very much to the MST staff for your presentation. It answered a number of my questions. Firstly, the SURF project brings a lot of improvements to our existing public transit infrastructure that's very beneficial to the existing MST users. But as a high-tech person, and I wear the rose-colored glasses of high-tech, you know, Marina envisions ourselves as a leader in EV aerotech technology with Joby, who's an employer and a commercial partner in our airport infrastructure. I would like to think of ourselves as a leader in EV autonomous driving vehicles as well. In my humble opinion, we're on the precipice of a major change in public transit with regard to autonomous EV vehicles, AI predictive and adaptive supply demand modeling that I wish was reflected in the SURF project that has been presented here. I'm not seeing things like, you know, dedicated EV charging areas and on-demand areas for dispatching out to other areas. I think if you can, the closer you can meet people to their initial onboarding, the better it's going to be. And so I wish the staff would address that, how they see things like autonomous EV vehicles impacting things like this project, and how we can, you know, transition people from, you know, single lane, single driver things into more autonomous vision in the future. I would really appreciate that. Thank you.
Jeff, and anyone else wishing to speak, please raise your hand. Let's go to Tommy Bolea. Welcome back, Tommy.
Yeah, good evening. Yeah, I mean, the railroad track is there from Santa Cruz all the way to Monterey. I mean, I know it, I would have put a light rail system in place, but then you would have more tourists going through the area carbon free. And that light rail can go all the way into Carmel Valley, the airport, and be carbon neutral and have stops at different areas. But the plan that you kind of showed me, the bus is going to get to Seaside, then what? It's going to be all backed up there. So he might save a little bit of time going down that little express lane, but by the time he gets to Seaside, he has to blend right in with everything else. But if light rail, electric light rail went all the way in through Monterey and had stops here and there, people moving, tourists, local people, but California really doesn't want that. I mean, they talk like they want that because we're all about getting in our cars and paying California registration and paying California tax on gas and going to Monterey and paying for parking it's a moneymaker for everybody. And I know you're trying to get people out of their car into different types of transportation, and that's great. But this is only going to be a patch. It's only going to work so long. And then now all that's going to get backed up because there's just going to be more and more cars on the road. And go to Europe. They've got high-speed rail, they got light rail, they got buses that connect to those rail lines. It's just because gas is much more expensive. I mean, gas goes up, people still want big cars. We just, and California just reaps the rewards, but we know we got to get away from, we got to have less carbon. We got to be neutral. And I would think an electrical light rail was stopped from all the way from Santa Cruz to Carmel and Pebble Beach, carrying tourists and workers, and everything would be every 15 minutes or 30 minutes, maybe have 2 rail systems. But that's more of a European thinking. It's not a California thing. It just, that bus is going to get to Seaside and it has to fight all the traffic to get to where it needs to go. So it's a patch. It won't be a fix. And that's my opinion. But go to Europe and you'll see what I'm talking about. They're way ahead. Thank you. Good evening. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tommy. Let's go to Laura Hoover. Welcome, Laura.
Hi, good evening, everyone.
Hi.
Hi. Can you comment, I may have missed this in the presentation, will the proposed routes affect the Marina handcar tour installation? Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. Anyone else wishing to speak, please raise your hand if you haven't yet. Okay, let's go to Grace. Oops. If you want to speak, please raise your hand. All right, we'll give everyone a moment to raise their hand. Grace, I'll just call on you because your hand has come on and gone off twice. So I'll give you a shot.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. You can hear me okay?
Yes.
Sorry, I kept doing that with my hand because you weren't seeing it, so I apologize. So I have been opposed to this project. I continue to be opposed to this project. I'm certainly not opposed to mass transit. I'm opposed to this project because for 35 years, I drove from Marina to Carmel for my job. My job required me to drive a vehicle that had a number of tools in it. The people that I know who use Highway 1 to drive Marina to Carmel to Monterey to Pacific Grove all needed their vehicles because they needed to carry a number of tools with them. I see this bus line doing absolutely nothing to reduce the amount of construction related vehicles, the vehicles that deliver supplies to jobs and to businesses. I just don't see for the $61 million price tag that this is going to achieve much of any traffic reduction. I'm also perplexed by the what we're being told are the current ridership numbers and the projected ridership numbers in Marina. Now I have been retired for almost 2 years. I walk around Marina many different times of the day, and I have yet to see hordes of people at any of the bus stops here in Marina. So I continue to feel frustrated because I see this as a project that's about moving people in other cities through Marina to their jobs south of us. I'm also unhappy because this is going to impact my ability to walk through Central Marina, given that the buses, our intersections will be, I forget what the terminology, the phrase was, but the bus drivers will be able to trigger the intersection so that they have more time to go through the intersections than I as a pedestrian will be allowed. And I just want to share quickly that when Fort Ord was first closed, the mayor of Sand City and the mayor of Marina both wanted a road that would take vehicles through a Fort Ord on the west side of the highway. Fast forward, there was a big outcry against that. It never happened. Fast forward a number of years, and now what we're going to have are buses driving on the west side of the highway. I think there's other solutions, and I just find this $61 million price range obscene. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Grace. Anyone else wishing to speak? Please raise your hand. All right, we'll give everyone another moment. All right, we'll close public comment. Can we address Mia's questions first, Lisa and Carl?
Sure.
I was hoping you'd ask us to come back with written responses to all these, but let's go on. Passenger numbers, how do we count them? As Lisa mentioned in her presentation, we use infrared passenger counters that are certified by the federal government and used to calculate our ridership. And it is used in the disbursement of federal funds. So it must be certified by them as accurate because it impacts their policy and their funding. So it is as accurate as system as is available. Benefits to the city of Marina and its residents. We are going to do a number of street improvements, ADA improvements, street and gutter and drainage improvements on our project's dime, not on your city's dime. We will be improving walkability. We will be, contrary to the comments recently made about traffic signal prioritization, our drivers do not change the lights. It's really, if a bus is seen to be riding behind schedule and it's coming up to a light, it might extend the light a few seconds, but that is all coordinated by your traffic and your staff have the ability to program that. We have that experience with the city of Monterey with our Jazz BRT. With regard to the site being next to Beach Range Road, while it is adjacent to Beach Range Road, it is below Beach Range Road. So the view to the freeway from Beach Range Road will be unobstructed by our buses. They will be below the view shed. The view from Beach Range Road to the west, we won't be there because we're on the other side. So I don't see a view shed impact. Lisa, take it from there. Now they're getting into the deep details.
Right. I'm not sure that I can answer the question specifically about the feasibility study because the commenter is referring to specific pages and I don't have those pages right in front of me. But I will say one thing about the comment about, well, why aren't you doing bus on shoulder? And there were some fatal flaws in the bus on shoulder option. One is that we need wider shoulders to be able to operate our buses on it, at least 11 feet, if not 12, to be safe. Our buses are 10 feet plus 6 inches with mirrors. So just doing the calculation, we need space in order to not get into the traffic right next to us. So what that impact has on the corridor is that we have 6 to 8 feet of shoulders kind of off and on through Highway 1, and at times that would impact bridges. We don't want to own a bridge. This project would be talking about millions and millions of dollars more if we're going to own a bridge. And with bus on shoulder, you're not allowed to go over 10 miles over the prevailing speed. So at 9 miles an hour, when the traffic congestion is that bad, we're only going 19 miles an hour through the corridor. And we miss the opportunity to connect to the 5th Street station in Marina, connecting DOD, et cetera, like I talked about. Not to mention the fact that the California Highway Patrol, despite the fact that we have legislation to do so, the California Highway Patrol throughout the state has emphatically said we do not support bus on shoulder because these are areas where CHP officers go to do some of their work. And the CHP Widows Association are very concerned about buses operating on the shoulders in that environment, and they don't want to see their loved ones in any kind of, situation where they're working in the shoulder. So it was a fatal flaw, and we wouldn't be able to continue with bus on
The
shoulder.
last comment that was made that was also repeated by Tommy, I believe, is the conflict of the bus on shoulder, a perception that that somehow eliminates the future of rail. This is being designed, leaving the rail intact. And so that at some point in the future, Tommy was correct. This is a continuum. This isn't the end. This is just the next step. Bus rapid transit is part of a continuum of transit where typical street surface transportation isn't enough. You move to a fixed guideway and traffic signal priority investments. When that becomes fully utilized, you can then move to light rail. And then when light rail becomes fully utilized, you move to heavy rail. There is a continuum of public transit options that by leaving the rail intact for the future, that can be addressed when the funding and is available and the cost of operating rail come down. So, with regards to, connections from Santa Cruz, you got a little thing called the Salinas River Bridge that will not support the weight of a rail car. That whole bridge needs to come down and be rebuilt. In the future, if a bus transit needs to go over the Salinas River Bridge, we can come off our bus route, get on Highway 1 and let Caltrans worry about the bridge. And that doesn't have to be a locally owned solution. So I think those answer all of Mia's questions, other than the specific page numbers that she was referring to about time savings. As Lisa mentioned, we don't have the study in front of us. And I think it covers some of Tommy's questions as well.
So Mia referred to a 3.4 minute savings in the report. Can you repeat what you said about the time savings compared to the 3.4 minutes? Maybe that was an average, or?
It's possible it could have been because we combined the feasibility study with our partners at Santa Cruz Metro. I don't know if she's referring to the MST portion of it or Santa Cruz Metro portion of it. There's a lot that went into that study. But what we found is at the heaviest commute times, our buses can get past all that heavy traffic and get a travel time savings for our passengers of 10 to 15 minutes.
Denise was supportive. Mark M, autonomous vehicles. So yes, I agree with Mark that autonomous vehicles, both passenger vehicles and buses are the future. Generally, like it happened with electric vehicles, generally we start with the smaller, less heavy vehicles, lighter vehicles, and you'll see some of that happening now, levels 4 and 5 autonomy. That's something that MST staff and our board has given a specific direction, a strategic goal to continue to monitor the autonomous technology. I've gone to several, every year I'm going to conferences and learning more and really waiting for the market to come to us to be available for buses. But there's nothing about this project that precludes future use of autonomous vehicles on the busway. And frankly, the busway becomes, because it's outside of highway traffic, becomes a great testing ground for the use of autonomous vehicles because we won't be in the roadway with anybody else. So I think the busway provides an opportunity for future autonomous vehicle testing, and there's nothing about it that is precluded in that in any way. Let's see, Laura, handcar impact. Yeah, the handcar is a temporary use that TAMC allowed the company from Santa Clarita to come up here and use this purpose. But as Lisa mentioned, the Prop 116 funds, this corridor was purchased for public transit purposes. I'm certain there are other areas of the existing rail line that handcars can coexist with our service, but at the current location at Palma del Monte, we will be using that corridor for its intended purposes and for the hundreds of millions of dollars that we spent purchasing that from Union Pacific. We will be utilizing it for that purpose. But I do believe we can work with these folks from Santa Clarita to identify other areas along the rail line that they could continue some form of that recreational activity.
Motion to extend to 11:15. Aye.
Where's our notes? Grace, I think I handled Grace's comment, how the TSP works. That's the comment that I got from her. All I can say is that, and then she doesn't seem to trust our numbers. You know, the numbers are what the numbers are. They're, you know, it's a system that is approved by the federal government to count passengers. And that's all I can say about that. And then the models, as far as the projections, was a model that the federal government requires us to use. They didn't put $24 million into this project willy-nilly. There were plenty of other communities that they could have invested this money in that are asking for this money. There are 10 times the number of requests for this money than the money available at the federal level. Same can be said for the state of California. They independently verify these numbers. They're not going to make these investments based on my say-so. I know, you know, MST has a lot of weight and authority here in Monterey County, but at the state level and at the federal level, we're small timers. So the numbers spoke for themselves. They were verified, and investment decisions were made by Secretary Buttigieg and by Secretary Omashaikin at state level to invest in this project.
Can you do computer simulations showing where the buses will be visible from the Beach Range Road and from Highway 1?
Yes.
Yes.
We're
they'll-
working on those now.
They'll be available on Saturday.
On Saturday, come to the Transit Fair and Family Fun Day, and we will have Sims available.
All right. Let's go to Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you,
Carl.
Mayor. Lisa, Carl, the work you're doing in transportation is incredibly important. I know that you know that already. And the passion that you have is evidenced by being here with us at 11 o'clock at night is evident. And I know if you continue to have that passion and listen to the public, you're going to be wildly successful. So I look forward to that. I do have two quick comments for my colleagues on the council. The first is I'm very worried about fencing. I'm looking forward to our discussion tomorrow. I'm worried about what that does to our community. When we divide our community, we should be looking at ways to eliminate fencing versus create new fencing that creates barriers for both people and wildlife in the city of Marina. So I just want to say that. And then the last thing I want to say is just challenge my colleagues on the dais to take MST if you haven't already. My partner challenges me all the time, and not because I'm being punished, but because we believe in walking the walk and talking, you know, the talk. And so we have taken MST several times, and you know, I think it's through doing that that we kind of help form our opinions and learn about it. So thank you.
Mr. Mayor, may I add on to what he said, please? On Saturday, the line 20 will be free for everybody between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. So you have no excuse.
Let's go to Councilmember Biala.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I want to just get a little more clarification when you said that in the future, if they wanted to reconvert back to light rail, that it's possible. So just to understand that statement, so when you build the surfway, that you remove you just do it on top of it?
Doing it adjacent to. So it's 100-foot corridor. The rail, I think there's, I don't know, 20 feet on either side, and there's maybe
It's
40 feet in the middle.
Smack in the middle.
Yeah, so the rail's in the middle. There is 20 feet on either side. We cross over the rail in a way that won't inhibit future use, I think in 3 sections. So about, I don't know, 30 over the 6.2 mile length, there may be 30 or 40 feet of rail that we're crossing over 3 times.
But it's all preserved.
Yeah,
essentially.
we're not taking any of the rail away. It is being held, banked, if you will, for future use.
I see.
Yeah,
There are.
don't quote me. Come to the Transit Family Fun Day and we'll have our consultants there that will give you the exact numbers. Go ahead, Lisa.
Keep in mind though, too, that rail line has been in existence, like I started the presentation for, since the cooling of the earth. And all of that rail is obsolete from a Federal Railroad Administration safety and design perspective. So what we've consciously done in planning the rail and the corridor is limited the amount of crossover and recognize the fact that in the future, our future selves are going to kick ourselves when rail comes to town, if it comes to town, and say, okay, what were those planners thinking way back when? So we've been very conscious about preserving the entire corridor so that they can coexist next to each other, recognizing the fact that the rail line itself, the ballast and everything is damaged from, over 50 years of neglect.
So
More than 50
what I
years.
will say is we're crossing the rail 3 times with the bus lane. However many feet that is, I'm not sure. I threw a number out. I would need to actually look at the plans to find out how wide it is, but over the 6.5 mile length, the vast majority of the rail is intact as it stands.
Thank you.
Okay.
Councilmember Fisher?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, like Councilmember McCarthy already mentioned, for Marina, the design of the bus stops, including fences, is of course very important. That's why we're looking forward to our meeting. And choice of materials in Marina, I've said it many times now, I guess. Anything that can rust will rust in Marina. So even if we need to choose, if more money might need to be invested at construction, it can save money over the lifetime, and it'll look better. All the fences there at Del Monte makes me so sad to see those corroded fences. This project is for me, it was a good reason to question, like, why are the fences there? And maybe many of those fences can be taken down. And so anyway, that's and the multiple jurisdictions. I was impressed when I learned how many there are for that 6 miles. It's amazing that when this project gets completed, I think that's an amazing fact. So I don't know how many there are, but
I'll be ready to retire.
yeah, there's several cities though. Anyway, and just personal experience. I was born in Europe, as you can probably still hear. I spent my first 35 years there. I used public transportation. Even 4th grade, I went by bus to a different city. Tell people here that, parents. But anyway, so then I moved here almost 30 years ago. And I must admit, I became a car driver here. So, and I don't have an excuse. I still have not used the MST. So maybe some of us can hop on the bus together. And, but anyway, I so wish that we would get better public transportation here in this country, in our area. And I think that this project can be a very good step towards that goal. So thank you very much for your presentation and for being here. And I'm looking forward to our meeting, and I'm looking forward to the fun day on Saturday. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Let's go to Mayor Pro Tem Medina Dirksen.
Thank you very much. As somebody who has driven that route between Marina and Seaside for 8+ years every single day, as part of taking kids to school, I know this congestion. It's just ridiculous. And doing some quick calculations, I'm looking at an hour commute to Monterey High School. Yeah. So bus lines, trying to get some kids out on the bus is going to be an interesting idea for us. That being said, you mentioned the standing room. When is the standing room on your buses?
So when the highways are crowded with cars, buses are crowded with people. So the same time, people are all commuting at the same time. Hospitality workers work on a little off shift than maybe the traditional 8 to 5. They start a little earlier, they get off a little earlier. So our peaks are more closer to the 7 a.m. hour. than the traditional office worker. So our peaks are a little off, but pretty much if you want to see a crowded bus, look at a time when there's a lot of people on the road. So the same time the roads are empty, the buses aren't as full either. That's kind of the way it works. And a typical bus holds 40 people and 12 standees. So a standing room only bus is up to 52 people. And we have them. I have my own employees who take the bus from Salinas into our office in Ryan Ranch, and I hear about it every day.
Good to know. Going back to that hospitality figure you gave us of 14% hospitality workers use Marina. Where did you get those figures? And maybe it's outside of your
2019 survey done by the Monterey County Hospitality Association in conjunction with the Monterey County Visitors and Convention Bureau. And yeah.
Okay. And then a time frame for construction, you said you would start in 2025.
So I put on the slide 2024. I think that's probably hopeful. If it's 2024, it'll be to the latter part of 2024. We still have a lot of work to do.
Yeah. I mean, we have to get our permits from 3 jurisdictions, Coastal Commission, your city, and Sand City. Once we have those permits in hand, then it'll take the better part of a year to do the final procurement, and then the ribbon cutting.
How much time would be, if you could just think about and project on our road there on Del Monte? Traffic is going to be disrupted.
It's largely within the corridor of the rail line, so there may be some disruption on Marina Drive. It's not very much traffic there, but I can get back to you and we can estimate how much construction, the time frame. I will say that during construction, what we want to do and focus our efforts on first are to maintain and enhance those bicycle and pedestrian trail connections. So those are maintained and enhanced before the busway components. So like the area that I talked about earlier, underneath the overpass, that section on the west side, we're thinking will be constructed first so people can start using that rather than closing it off and having it inaccessible. That doesn't make any sense.
The idea is to maintain that pedestrian and bicycle access throughout the entire construction of the busway. And we're working with our construction management general contractor to stage the work in such a way that there'll be no disruption to the bike and ped aspect of this during construction.
Okay, thank you very much. That's all I have.
What's the lifetime of the surf project?
We had to designate that in our federal grant, and I don't remember off the top of my head what it was. It's somewhere between 20 and 30 years.
So for light rail to happen, could they coexist or they couldn't because you crossed 3 times?
Go ahead.
Yeah, they can coexist.
Okay, that was going to be my answer too. Yeah, we're working with the designers. It was critical because at some point in the future, as population grows and we solve our housing issues here and we solve our water issues here, when we're optimistic about all those things happening, buses will not, even if we go to 60-foot buses, with the bend in the middle like you see in the big cities, we could go to that at some point. At some point, we will go to the next phase, which will be light rail. So it is a continuum, and we're designing in such a way that we're not going to preclude a future of rail along this corridor. It's too important.
Now, when you build it, it'll interrupt the rail line, but you're saying you're going to build it in a way that the rail line could be installed later, and the buses would continue to cross.
We would not cross the rail line. We would design it in such a way that the rail would be able to coexist along its line, and the buses would move along the corridor adjacent to the rail without crossing.
So why don't you do that in the first place?
Because there's a big old support column in the middle of 8th Street Bridge that we would own if we kept it on the other side. Otherwise, we would be fine.
So
So
when it's,
when we did our site visit and went out and looked at things, we were always thinking that we were going to keep the entire busway on the east side of the rail line. And then we looked down and there's this big old support column that we can't change. It's a Caltrans bridge, and once you start getting into Caltrans bridges, bad things happen.
So that might be a part of the rail project, that moving, moving that and, dealing with that bridge may become part of the rail project.
so that would increase the cost of the rail project to
Possibly.
keep the bus and the rail
Right.
operating at the same time.
And those decisions will have to be made, 20 years out, 25 years out. I hope to be retired by then.
At the 7 a.m. peak time for that shifted hospitality peak, are there time savings to riders to use the surf line?
Oh, absolutely. That's where the most savings are going to be.
Because at 7 a.m., there's no traffic congestion.
Motion to extend to 11:29.
Second,
I,
all
I,
in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Okay, it passes unanimously. Thank you. So
There are times when traffic gets backed up at 7. It's not as bad as, say, 7:30. I go through there at about 7:10 and starts getting
yeah,
backed up.
7:10
Yeah,
starts,
yeah,
right? 7 o'clock gets a
Yeah.
pretty.
and it
free.
will continue to get worse as, remember, hospitality is still down 20 to 25% of its workforce.
Right,
They're
but when-
still, they're still not operating at full capacity. It will get worse.
Well, I can't remember at 7 o'clock ever having a traffic jam on Highway 1 for the last decades. But sounds like you think there is traffic congestion
Well-
at 7 o'clock.
Today, I would say it would be a rare occasion. But if we're adding 18%, more car trips on Highway 1, that can, as Caltrans has predicted, that can increase the duration to 7 a.m. And, we can all have a crystal ball and, we can all have our viewpoint on it.
But to
that's
this point in time, there
But
hasn't
to
been
this-
traffic congestion at 7 a.m. in the surf line area.
Rarely.
Right.
Rarely.
That was the point. What's the status of the CCC's opinion or feedback on the updated project plans?
Asking for more data.
So no opinions, asking for more data.
It was a pretty typical coastal development response. Can you get us more data on this? Can you get us more data on that? Can you provide, posting on the areas where you're going to be, putting the project in? So it wasn't terribly shocking.
How far along will you go providing them data before you do very much with our local coastal plan?
I'd say we'd probably go with the next round of responses back and then start with the local coastal program in the next couple months.
Yeah. So we're providing one more response to them and saying, that's all the data we have. Because they're starting to repeat questions that we've already answered.
Did you mention that State Parks was on board?
Yes.
Was that a change? from the
Yeah,
original stance?
Actually, it was. They had some concerns about the project initially. And then we did a site visit with them, as we do with a lot of people, and walked the 5th Street station and then on the Caltrans rec trail south and pointed out where things are going to be located. And after that site visit, they immediately provided us a letter of support.
Virtually the next day after the site visit, we got a letter of support.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah. We don't need a permit from state parks.
All right, I'm a little confused about the street mobility hub and the 1+ miles pedestrian trails. So I'd like to meet with you later to
Sure.
go look at those places.
Yeah, absolutely.
Are we in stereo?
I think so.
Any more questions, comments? On the closed? On the fences, I guess. I forgot to talk about the fences. Wherever you determine in the future you need fences on the line, you'll have an option, a lot of options, what kind of fence, right?
Absolutely.
So typically, when you go to more affluent communities, you see walls and bridges and fences that are very ornate. very artistic. And then when you go to lower income communities, you see chain link fence. So, where you do need fences, what kind of consideration are you going to give to materials?
Well, we have some options that we're presenting at our Surf Transit Fair Family Fun Day. We're doing a Slido where people can take a look at it. We need to balance a more, Parisian Versailles style type of aesthetic versus something that's not going to break our budget. So to the degree that we can make it aesthetically pleasing in any aspects of the project, we will without breaking the budget. I will tell you, and I can confidently say, we will not be putting in chain link fences in the area of the Marina downtown vitalization plan between Palm and the freeway. I could flat out tell you that's not going to happen. That's just ugly.
What size budget do you have in that Department of Safety barriers?
That's a good question. I don't know the answer to that. I can get back to you.
Thank you. All right. Thank you both for being here and patiently waiting a few hours before we started and having a long presentation and question and answer. I really appreciate that.
I appreciate the attempt to get us moved up on the agenda, but actually found the presentation about the mural fascinating. So it was great to listen to.
Cannabis always slows you down. All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And there's some MSC information and some tchotchkes there if you'd like.
What's a Chotsky?
Oh, keychains, MSC promotional
Swag.
materials.
Thank you. Thank you, Carl. Always good to see you, Carl.
Thank you, Lisa. So we have one item that was pulled.
We have one item that was pulled because we tabled the rules and procedures. So let's go to that pulled item 10G3 and we'll turn it over to Christina Medina Dirksen to discuss with us what input you wanted to provide.
Pulling up my notes. So the concern that I had was just that it was trying to wrap my head around future type of arrangement. So is the word Sister Cities program just like a generic term for any kind of arrangement that we may want to enter into with other cities? Or might we, because the definition, the city of page 4, the policy, the definition, the City of Marina Sister Cities program encompasses 2 types of partnerships. That's what kind of tripped me up. And I just wondered if we would change that language to say encompasses partnerships between 2 countries or of either a friendship or sister city designation. I was just stumbling over whether we want to tailor this very narrow or open it up to be a little more broad. Perhaps in the future, there might be other organizations. So that's where I got hung up with. Sometimes if we make something too specific, then it creates much more work down the line. So I'm looking at asking what the intent is, whether it is to be super specific just to this type of thing, or whether we want to consider it opening the language just to be a little more broad for future situations.
Yeah, I think it's meant that we have 2 different kinds of sister city offers on the table. And this is specific to those. And in the future, if we wanted to do some other kind of partnership, then that project would have its similar document defining specifically what it was going to do. So I don't think this is meant to cover all future partnerships, but to cover those 2 cities specific offerings to us. But let's turn it back to Councilmember Vigala.
I think it's as you just articulated, and that when someone says sister cities, it has almost a universally accepted, both internationally as well as in the US, a certain scope of relationship. And so I don't know what other relationships we might have. And a friendship one is a less formal one. So I'm not sure what Mayor Pro Tem is referring to. What other relationship that wouldn't be covered under these two things? I'm not really not clear on that.
If I can respond, I was just struggling with the word sister cities, whether it's a very specific thing or general. And what comes to mind is, for example, like the Lions Club might have a similar type, or some other organization might have some other type of arrangement, but it is not called sister or friendship. It is called something else. So I was thinking perhaps in the future, there might be other things that come our way that are not defined in this way. So I think I got my answer that this is a narrowly tailored policy.
In our history, we've only done sister city. This time around, we're gonna do that, but one city didn't want to do a sister city. They wanted to do a friendship city. So this covers those two that are on the table. And if there's a third one in the future, then we'd have to go that direction.
I'm just saying, like, some service organization would have like international city, or I don't know. I'm thinking forward. And then I did have another question about the policy.
I do think that we could use it as a template. So if you did have a service organization, at least we have a template now that we could use and modify for future organizations.
Okay. On policy number 1A is talking about the term, and one of the terms, it said it may apply for a status during the 3-year term or later. What about renewal? And that's what I was wondering about in terms of, is there no language here about renewal, like, and may be renewed upon
Yes,
both parties?
if you look at the application, it says that there also, because after a term of 3 years for Friendship City and a 5-year for Sister City, if you look on the application, it does indicate, are you approved for the subcommittee? Are you approving denial? Sorry, that's when up here. Application is for Friendship City, Sister City, renewal, or change to Sister City or Friendship City. Because somebody who is a sister city may want to step down in terms of longevity of commitment, or the informality of the relationship, and step down, or a friendship city like Izunokuni would like that, then maybe in another 3 years, they're saying this is working really well. We'd like to really cement it for a 5-year, more formal sister city arrangement, which entails more commitment.
So on number 3, where it says renewal on the application, if I'm a 5-year sister city, I'm at my 4th year and I want to renew for year 6 through 10, and I put this application in and say, hey, in year 6, I want to start another 5 years as sister city. So does it cover Mayor Pro Tem's question where it says renewal on under number 3 in the application? She was asking about how is it going to be renewed?
Yeah, the thought is they would definitely have to go through a renewal process. As we've gone on, and like in California, I think there's like 140 cities have sister city arrangements. But if you go on the website, you see half or more are inactive. And so the thought is, we have a defined period of time, 5 years, and it will terminate unless
They renew
So
using this application.
exactly. So it really forces both jurisdictions to say, yes, we want to keep this going, or it will terminate it in 5 years.
Okay, you've answered my questions. I'd like to make a motion to approve it.
Is there a
I
second?
second.
Seconded by Councilmember Viola. Anybody in the public online, please raise your hand if you'd like to comment on the sister city proposal. All right, seeing no one raising their hand, we'll close public comment. Any comments or questions by council members? Then let's go to a vote. All in favor? Oh, but before we do that, I want to say this is a really well done staff report. It's so well done that it looks like boilerplate simplistic, but I want to thank whoever did this. Is this mostly you, Councilmember Viola? Who worked on this?
Kathy and Cyril.
Syra, thank you very much. It's a really a well-done document. Really appreciate it. Okay, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, please say no. All right, that motion passes. Congratulations on a good job. All right, I think we'll adjourn now. So we're at the witching hour. Thank you, everybody.